Alright, how's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. I have managed to annihilate my sleep schedule, so I don't even know what time it is. It's I'm not that early. Hey Mandy, hey Shoop, hey my own Sling, hey Marker Chief, hey Fries, thanks for streaking, hey Merlin, hey anyone else who might be lurking about. I also haven't spoken yet today, so the voice will turn on eventually. Hello. Oh, yeah, what kind of hat is it today? I think it's a gray hat kind of day. Hi, Kevin. Pie with grapefruit. Hey, Danny. Alright, last time Missy made it through the rest of Act 2, made it through Act 2.5, made it to Act 3, and we didn't do too much stuff in Act 3. Did Mirror of Loss and killed Viconia while I was there. But all the other Act 3 bosses are still around. I think we have all of our buffs. Yeah, we went and grabbed Marco Heshker. So I think next is probably Cazador, so we can get Rhapsody going. But do I want to get Bone Spike Gloves before that? Ballast Armor's close enough. Go get that. Actually, I keep forgetting to get the Baldur's Gate waypoint. I don't know why this is the 4th time. And I do have to save Volo at some point. Getting the Wave Mother's Cloak also makes sense. I don't care about AC. But while I'm using Cold Snap, AC is beneficial to me. So, quick detour. I'm gonna need to do something else to get money shortly, but how's the spreadsheeting going for the next thing? It's pretty much done. It's just I gotta be like in the mood to run that, and also maybe some fine tuning. There's also always other competing run and build concepts. In fact, I added another thing to the list after watching Mark for a little bit, because I found out something watching him that I didn't know it worked the way it did. It's not a practical build concept, but it's just kind of a funny thing. Weed number +1. Thank you for the 70 strip, Danny. You ever hear me talk about Fart Corpse? This is the Fart Corpse. Don't click on this, because that just uses it up, but if you want to use this, pick it up, just right-click, pick up, and then put it in a backpack, and then put the backpack on your bar. And then whenever you click on it in the backpack, you'll get the local Poison Cloud and Poison Explosion. And it's quite silly. Now maybe I changed my mind and come back and grab it for like Helmet of Grit setup purposes. But I don't think that's relevant to this run. Well, extra bonus action is always relevant. But less important here. Hey Ansel, how are you? How you doing, White Reese? I don't know if I said hi. My brain's cooked. Hello. Alright, we're gonna use Femme Gnome here.
If you notice any odors before then, treat the body with jasmine, honeysuckle, whatever you can get.
I believe it's 3,500, what I need for Velmorba. Anything I can give? No, yeah, I'm gonna have to get some more money somewhere. That doesn't have to be 3,500 necessarily.
Kill him.
Let's go there.
I understand. I will do what I can.
Open hand 11 plus Fart Corpse is pretty funny. Yeah. It's just infinite damage with no downside on demand. I find it most impactful on open hand, on rather in any monk pure class to level 10. But like I said, I do also really like it for Helmet of Grit setups. You can get value out of it on Karlach builds as well, because that can get you into the low HP soul coin range. I used it a little bit on Lantern Gale. For an additional Great Weapon Master follow-up attack. Hey Smelly, how are you? What if we were both dead and we stood in the poison fart cloud together? This is just like college. Hey Leaky, realized too late the Land Druid also gets fart cloud immunity at 10? No, it does not. Land Druid gets immunity to being poisoned. It does not get immunity to poison damage. So, for the purpose of Cloud Kill, yes, Land Druid's immune. But we're talking about a thing that does a poison cloud and a poison damage instance independently. So, Monk is the only way to get immunity to that in vanilla game.
But never mind that.
Let's sell some stuff to roll in while we're here. Hey, Superman. Oh, I have money on chart. Oh, is that the money from Jerry I just never sent back to myself? Excellent.
How can I help? Huh. I suppose that at least I can help with.
We were talking about ease of access of advantage on con saves. Armor of Landfall is one of the ones I mentioned. This one goes overlooked a lot, I think, because this like series of armors, they're intended, I'm air quoting here, for druid subclasses, so they each have a feature that's very like either explicitly mentions a druid subclass feature or is very druid coded. That does not mean you have to use them on druids. Remember, like, Jake's being very bad at being a cat over there. Just advantage on con without having to give up beat is pretty good. Access to plant growth once per short rest. Remember, there's no scrolls of this. That's pretty good. +1 spell save DC is pretty good. The heal is like whatever, I guess. But this is light armor. You add your full dex mod. So combine all that and this is like a pretty decent armor, especially for the price. Is he burying your dump from earlier? He is. That's why he's having to work so hard. I took pictures. Do you want to see? Here, I'll send you. I'll send you. I'll send you.
Hope you found what.
Okay, sounds good. Don't call my bluff. Problem is I don't actually know Shield of Faith. This will be a bit of a pain to set up on a return trip. Trying to think if there's much I want to do in the other maps still. No, I think I'm mostly just fine. Got the Act 2 E33. Oh, let's go. I didn't realize you'd started. Every so often I'm like, I should do a new E33 run on stream. And it's like, no, I have too many things to do. Hey, Superman. Big streak. Thanks for streaking. Didn't realize you'd started. How many times have you heard that? 3.5. 3.5. A card of money.
Just look at her.
Morba. I was hoping she wouldn't do that. Oh well. No Shield of Faith. Just Roland's mage armor. That's fine. I should have not attempted to cut the corner I just attempted to cut. Because then I could have had both, but well. Whatever. That's my wake-up alarm. Sleep schedule's annihilated.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
We're not even close to sleep time.
If not over, then through.
Did I buy Flail of Ages? I should.
Now, Brad, set all the people
We're gonna get hell access, mostly for the bath.
Something caught your eye then? Careful. Most of my wares can take an eye.
It was you
right
that caught
out.
my eye, Fitz. Why is Fitz so fucking hot? Hey Keith, how you doing?
Here goes nothing.
size, I'm guessing a Gargatula. So many infernal items. Looks like a genuine Diabolic collection.
Yeah, Snowburst.
I welcome thee to the... Well, well. It's been a while.
It's been a
since I've
while.
had such discerning customers.
Yet another advantage on concentration item, and this one you can buy for less than 100 gold, and if you're doing a Dark Urge copy, there's even... If you're doing a Dark Urge playthrough, excuse me, there's even 2 copies in the game. So that means there are 3 helmets that give you advantage on concentration. 1 amulet, and 5 chest armors. Thara's armor, 2 armors from Tally, 2 Dark Justiciar armors, armor of Landfall, so 6. There might even be more that I'm not remembering right now. Hellbeard Halberd, I love that weapon. Cloak of the Weave is okay here. Sure. Let me wear my actual trading gear. Save a little bit of money.
Now you...
Could go extra crazy on the damage this run. Do something I haven't done in a while. That's, make Hellsick an ally for Infectious Greed. It's an extra 6 to 36 piercing damage. All my attacks. As long as Hellsick's near me.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
That's like effort.
I've seen everything. What was she trying to summon?
Why do I have that on? Habit.
Can't keep me out.
Order of operations here will probably be get what I want from Hell, go save Volo, and rob the bank? Or maybe I should rob the bank and then Unholy Assassin stuff and then save Volo. Yeah, probably that. Hey, babe. How are you?
There's nothing like raiding the devil's home, and everything
Are you missing, son?
to be lost.
I haven't done any fights yet, so not yet.
As the figure flickers and starts to
Now whisper your questions, little wretch. But really quiet and very clever. Remember? But I like you. Can you see it? You do. But
the wrath.
How much do I care about Helldusk Helmet? In this run, very little. You miss 100% of the shots you take with sharpshooter.
That's curious.
Yeah, I gotta say this run has more than satisfied my urge to use sharpshooter. I will probably not be taking that feat again for quite some time. It feels bad.
Might be useful.
Even for conventional archery, I'm just like, why would I take this? Our pooter. I don't think my pooter is very sharp. I mean, it's got some edges on it. You.
Over here.
Yeah, underrated click. Immolated gaze from the Helldusk helmet. Once per short rest. Class action, so not a spell. Burning and frightful. Or fearful, excuse me. Frightened. But the fearful version, that's they run away and they can't take reactions, they don't do anything. 3 turns on an int save. Hey Gartney, how are you?
You look positive. Shh. I can't. Oh no. They hear me. Speak quickly, speak softly.
Good, how am I? I'm doing okay. Annihilated my sleep schedule, so I don't feel great in that regard. But yeah, it is what it is.
A crack like breaking bone. Hope winces.
Most irregular. The schedule is all but clear. As always, the archive as it.
Alright, so grabbing the gloves. Something I should consider. Same with the amulet, but I'm going to, for the sake of variety, just not take the amulet. Go back for it later. Wasn't expecting to see you in Mark's stream and I randomly woke up at 1:30 a.m. Yeah, like, I'm sleeping at weird times now.
Show your invitation.
I watched an entire Mark stream. That's how you know I'm not sleeping.
I thought you'd got lost and died.
Slept too much over the weekend and not enough sense. Oh yeah, I was still thinking about going for Blightbringer. That would be ideal for this run, but maybe I could fit that into another run. It'll give me an opportunity to mess around with the lethargic stuff with it.
It's cold.
Everyone else minds their business.
It's cold.
Fine. Can't risk being in open view.
Why you here? You
You.
I want to have a word. Never wanted the easy path.
Did you save? What was it, 17 through disadvantage?
That might be worth a look.
What do I not need to be carrying anymore? I guess that, but the fire resistant helmet slot could still be useful from time to time. Hey, troll. Busted your grind guard? Oh, sorry, Mandy. That sucks. Maybe something like this could be interesting. Warlock dips too strong. A lot of value. Should probably bind one of my weapons, but there you go.
Creeping, stalking, walking, crawling.
Hey, Monster Free, how are you? Good to see you. Mind if I pick your brain on something? Sure. You fight Aelin in the Moon Slivers, can you toss slivers off the tower and kill them like that? I haven't tried. I don't think so, but, like, I haven't tried that. That I can recall. What I would usually do is, toss one or two of them down to the lower level so that I'm not fighting all of them at once. But that's as far as I really took that.
Cultists took control of my fiancé.
Helm is on our side. Faith.
You treacherous bastard! I'll kill you myself!
Not red cuts! Oh, please! Not again!
I'm an imbecile! I've blasted it all.
A way to burn their bones. There's a.
What path lies before me?
A lot of cold damage. We can take it farther. Some scary stat cold damage. Yeah, we can do more. How you doing over Blackthorn? We do something like this. Now this would be where Amulet of Greater Health would make more sense as a slot. But alternatively, can forego Snowburst and use a Ring of Regen from rolling. Go buy that in a moment. Pretty good, glad to hear. I'm gonna routing a run where I aim to do the highest amount of letters in the epilogue chest. Need to help Heroic in for one of those. Ooh, that's an interesting routing idea. I like that. I like that a lot. Am I gonna save the kid for Bethel? Yeah. Not right now, but yeah. Hey, Teddy. Finally actually grabbed that waypoint.
That's curious. Out of sight, out of mind.
Tempers are...
Breathe quiet.
You did not see that.
Wonder if the goal...
Would you like to be more than a common man?
There are a couple conflicting ones, like the ones from Shark's Parents and Viconia. A few that require some unconventional routing choices. Yeah, kind of like, there's mutually exclusive allies for Gather Your Allies, if that's how you're routing a run. And there's still, interesting gameplay to be had, choosing a lane.
Chucking themselves into the chiampa.
Two-thirds even.
Come on, open up.
Now, using Shield of the Undevout with Bow of the Banshee is an interesting option. If you wanted to Bow of the Banshee from range. But because I'm doing mostly melee range stuff, Resonance Stone takes care of that without giving up a gear slot.
represent me well.
You get
His proudest man before you.
this here. Approach. You took this spirit.
Basically, from Max Letter, I must ally with Orpheus, become a squid myself while playing Resist Urge. Neat. Nocturne's gotta live. Hope has to live. Barcus has to... Like, you have to fully ally with Barcus. Can't kill Ethel. In fact, you have to ally with Ethel. You have to help Mirage. You do have to knock out Alfira. Because that's how that... Yeah, that Dirge one, yeah. I guess Voss has to live?
When I get out of these chains,
Trying to think of all the letters I know of. Yeah, that's cool. I like that idea a lot, Mick. Saravok's voice is both really cool and kind of strange, which to me makes it perfect for the character.
I know you. Someone will stop you, Barbist. It hurts.
With the port.
The port? Oh, you getting drank in here?
Unholy assassin.
Can we put in an order? Have them deliver here to the murder tribunal? What do you think Saravok drinks, other than his relatives' bodily fluids?
I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul whims.
Not that far off here. He said out of cope. Piss, pure ethanol, his own pee. Looks like he drinks bath water. Tepid tomato juice. Oh, like, I was thinking alcohol, but damn, you guys read him to filth. Okay.
Go for.
There we go. Cosmos. Hey, Holly. Bloody Mary, not the cocktail. Alright, Ace. I see you. Probably just really high proof bourbon with cigarette stubs floating in it. Ah, that explains the voice. Yeah. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for gifting sub to Holly. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He thinks about that letter on a daily basis. You're goddamn right, oh David. Hey, Anonymous, thanks for taking care of it, David. Whoever has been anonymously gifting lately, I don't know if it's one person, I don't know if it's multiple people. I see you. I appreciate you. You've been making sure people don't have to sit through ads, and that's very cool of you.
Can I have that?
Been very active. Thank you. I guess the problem with going Scabby Pugilist Adamantine Splint is my AC is also lower, and that doesn't synergize super well with Cold Snap. I think I like Cold Snap for just easy Vuln here. We probably pivot into Scabby Pugilist once it's Rhapsody time. I did this. If I get Wave Mothers, then that's 28 in combat. If I hadn't fucked up Shield of Faith, that would be 30. I'm not stacking AC because I view it as a valuable defensive tool. I'm passively acquiring AC because it helps me more consistently apply Cold Vuln by just baiting opportunity attacks. That's why I started streaming more. Ganza, how you doing? Been a minute. Good to see you.
How can I help you? Huh. I suppose that, at least, I can help with.
Hope things have been treating you well, man. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for gifting to Keith. Very, very kind. Saw a Reddit post about what every character would as a horse breed, and it was very entertaining. So, which subreddit was this on? Because very different connotations of what you said depending on the answer. Yo. Was it okay, Buddy Balder? Because that still doesn't really narrow it down.
Hope you found what...
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
And Anonymous, thank you for gifting to Gardening or Gaming. Very much appreciated.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hey, it's discontinued. Automod didn't like that. Alright, let's save Vola. Wow, you 27 AC, you're unhittable. It is very baffling to me. Like, I know it's a discussion we have fairly often. Link it. Maybe don't link to that subreddit. Because there's... Like, that post is probably fine, but there's a lot of other stuff that... I don't necessarily want linked. You go find it yourself. Worth a read. Discord general, just use the BG3 channel for BG3 stuff. But yeah, the AC conversation. A lot of people run around thinking that like 20 AC is a high number, because I don't know, 20 is like conventionally speaking a big number in like day-to-day stuff. But think about how the game works here. So I'm gonna just attack something here. Is there an object I can just hit right now? Fine, I'll do it myself. Alright, so sure, your attack rolls are rolled on a d20, but you add your proficiency bonus if you're proficient with the weapon. So that means that at level 9 and up, it's +4. At level 5 and up, it's +3. And below that, it's +2. So basically every relevant enemy in the game is adding at least +2. But then in Tactician and Honor mode, all NPCs, allied or enemies, get another +2. So that means essentially everything in the game that doesn't have penalties, even if they don't have any bonuses to their attacking stat and are using a non-magical weapon, they can hit you on 24. If they're using a +1 weapon, they can hit you on 25. If they have, let's say, +3 to their attacking stat, that's 16 strength, which a lot of enemies have, or 16 dex, which a lot of enemies have, they can hit you on 28. So like you could have 20 right off the Nautiloid with some classes, as Mick said. If you equip Shadowheart's shield, Lae'zel's armor, and have defense fighting style, that's 20. So I don't really understand the valuation there. And I've had some people suggest that maybe that's tabletop stuff, where like 20 AC is harder to get. And sure, for a couple people, possibly, but it'll also be people who have not played tabletop at all, who think 20 is a lot. And I'm just kind of curious where that idea came from, you know?
Just out of view. Let's get in and out.
Yeah, +2 is Cleric right off the Nautiloid. You could have that on the Nautiloid even, yeah. So that's 22 at the very start of the game on the Nautiloid. I guess right after, because you'd have to level up Crep defense fighting style, etc., etc. Ten is your base AC, so 20 just feels like, ah yes, this is twice my unarmored amount, and therefore good. It's a good explanation, Leaky.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Probably not worth it, but I'm gonna Void Bulb here. Who died from that? It's gonna be big damage. $44 cold damage. Non-crit. No LE infusion. Also, that's not Titan String, which would be doing more. Maybe we go back to hell and get Titan String going. I want more.
Breathe deep and move. Sorry.
There's enough offerings in here for a trip to the vault. Off you go.
Donating any item there gives you a bless until long rest. You can do this on every character, but only once ever per character. So if you're like most of us challenge runners and you don't long rest much in Act 3, well, good value.
Your tribute is well received. A rusting pollute finds the mask.
Glass can make the biggest
In a
crits.
restricted area.
Oh, I forgot to invis. Wait, why did that put me there? That doesn't make any sense. Why did it... You're in a restricted area. Alright, I'll leave. Puts me in an even more restricted area. Okay. Sure. What class can make the biggest crits? If you force me to answer that without, like, context, Rogue. Against very specific targets, Paladin is in the running. But only against extremely specific targets. And that's context, so. But if you force me to give a very, very straightforward answer, Rogue. You're gonna be the gay forward answer? The gay forward answer is that there is no real satisfactory answer to that question that doesn't leave something important out because everything is situational. Like, you'll notice that I didn't say the very obvious thing of Barbarian. Barbarian being the class that gets improved critical hits on their melees. Like, so you would think logically that, yeah, that's the answer, but context. Barbarian is the strongest Divine Smiter because of that, so the specific case of Divine Smite becoming more damage than sneak attack requires you investing into DRS mechanics and also specifically having 4th level casting while having brutal critical, which means using a 4th level spell slot elixir. Because there's not enough levels to even get real 4th level spell slots from Sorcerer because you need 2 Paladin levels for Smite. And then you're looking at picking up a Hexblade level too, so you're very pigeonholed. You're going 9-2-1 Barbarian, Paladin, Warlock. Using a 4th level spell slot elixir. It's highly specific. I miss Bilf, should I call her? Yeah, you should call Bilf. It's okay, Smelly, we're on good terms with Bilf. Give us the Pan Reverse answer. Pan Reverse was my nickname Friday evening at 11:17. Before the second Gatorade, but after the first. Look, we're playing Take Some Direction from Make Some Noise. And I really gotta try, what's it? Fucking... Blightbringer. Crit fishing Blightbringer is something I've been toying around with the idea for a while, and I gotta actually do it. We'll talk crit stack and Blightbringer volley. Blightbringer is really interesting in how its effect applies. There is no saving throw for the initial slow application. So you crit, you get the slow, which is huge. Now, the saving throw to shake it off early, before the 2-turn timer elapses, that goes off your spell save DC. Not weapon action, spell save. So it's very easy to keep it very high. The abuse of elemental weapon. Is it abuse to use the thing that refreshes your cooldowns and resources to refresh your cooldowns and resources? I personally don't think so, but... Counterpoint Skin Burst with Whirlwind. While that's definitely good, it's also, like, a little redundant because it doesn't take much to get Skin Burster up to max. Like, the 7 cap of Force Conduit. Unless that bypasses the cap. As things of that nature sometimes do. That would be pretty cool. You... Less likely to use grease. There you go.
I don't need any attention right now.
Do you actually see me? No, that's fine. So grease is not enough for that trap. It is enough for this one.
One day I'll catch a break.
That's fine. I'll dolly port out. We'll clear the enemies, then I'll dolly port out.
But without the hammer, you can't see.
One downside of going the levels in this order means I don't have access to Int ability drain, which would be really nice for these spheres, but oh well. How many elemental slaying do I have? I'll save him for answer fight. Getting kind of low on cold arrows. Morning, Jester.
You've made a grave mistake.
Just flexing Raph's armor in his own home. I mean, Helldusk armor wishes it was adamantine splint for most purposes. I just happen to be in one of the rare situations where I'm willing to accept inefficient gearing for a couple extra points of AC. Because outsourcing my crit immunity to this slot, extra AC, and enables healing for Broodmother's Revenge purposes. Which is not relevant on most builds. It is on this one, currently. The takeaway is, meh. I know it's the big 2026, but Helldusk armor reality checks have been very necessary so far. Helldusk is fine, but adamantine splint is just her. Yep. Efficiency. Gotta fucking prove my emails, man. Just send a note to my boss saying no problem. I can't handle this. It's funny. That's really funny, actually. I'm sorry. was a good hit. So that's a really good hit. I want to look at that more. So, 32 cold, 18 cold, 10 cold, 14 cold, one shot. Cold Snap the rare ACW? Yeah. One turning a Hellsphere is pretty sick. Got your good hit right here. It's Pregnant Clippy. That was a hit. Yeah, it's true.
A keyword. This will help us get what we need from the archive. What to do?
Turns off your cold resist.
Right. Time to skulk about.
Let's save. Supposed to save on those.
No time for mercy. Moving ahead.
Good fight or whatever. I say.
Seems simple enough. A magical field surrounds the magical.
Ding, anything you want to say? Don't.
Alright, I didn't intend to aggro the House of Hope, so we'd go out this way. Now, that does mean that maintaining Scarlet Remittance and Kareska's Favor is going to be a little bit awkward. I'm going to have to use region traveling to get it back very briefly. That's alright.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Hey, Anonymous, thank you for taking care of White Freeze. Very, very kind of you. I really want to go Scabby Pugilist here. for the ultimate ice arrow. It can wait. It can wait a little bit. But just do it anyway. No crit immunity, 25 AC. Ugh. I guess 27 when Wave Mothers is on, but ugh. Gross. Yucky. +4, +6. No, it makes more sense to just keep this on. If I'm running non-crit immune, then greater health. Non-crit immune, no resistance, only 3 DR. Greater health makes more sense than Brood Mothers. And I don't need to maintain the heal if I'm not doing greater health. I guess we run Ring of Protection? Like, it should be Callous Glow, but I'm going thematic here. Maybe we just Snowburst anyway. No, I'm shooting ice arrows, I don't need Snowburst. Might actually just be Risky Ring anyway. But I still want the ability to point blank. My brain is so BG3 brain rot, I just wrote licensed therapist Drawer Axlin because it rhymes with this person's actual name. So, are we saying that Drawer Axlin would be a therapist?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
What occupations would all of the true souls have? Like, I feel like Minthara would be a school principal. Both because of her endangerment of children, but also because she would urge people to just be their darkest selves.
Lord Gortash is expecting you. What is it this time?
Nier would be a crypto bro. It did. Priestess Cut would run an LM. An LM? Yeah. Yeah. Hey Eric, how are you?
Refugees traveling alone, or any stupid enough to leave.
What camp bits and bobs from Dathalon's dancing acts.
I have secured we might trek all the way there and hear the same. No refugees.
What would Zarel be? I feel like Zarel would just sell things on Facebook Marketplace.
You look like you know how to use a spear.
Oh, yay!
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hey, Anonymous, thank you for taking care of, I don't know if I thanked you for White Freeze earlier. I probably did, my brain's cooked, but thank you for that, and thank you for Erg as well. Slot board's real good. Let's see if I can make this work. I don't need that many sunbeams. Take more on Dead Slaying, I guess. Ooh. Hype Train. Reminder to only give within your means, but it's all appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 100 bits, White Freeze. I have way more enlarged scrolls than I normally do. I guess I've really put myself in the habit of buying them when I see them. Pays off. Hate to say it, but Zarel gives major cop vibes. Yeah, Zarel would probably be that cop that moves around between, you know, state police departments after each, let's say, questionable event. Thar would be the top-selling regional manager at a used car dealership. I don't know, she's really giving educator to me. Hey Jackson, how are you? Catholic all-girls school principal? That's it, that's the missing piece, Dade. Yep, definitely. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for gifting us up to Jackson. Very, very generous. Marcus would be the MCU actor. Bro dehydrates for the pec shots. Or would Marcus be one of those actors who thinks he's gonna be in an MCU movie because Sony reached out and was like, yeah, this is in association with Marvel Studios, and bro's like, oh, I'm gonna be in the MCU, and then he's in like fucking Morbius or something.
What? By the more than some... Clear out then. I don't care much for your timing, but I like your gold well enough.
I really want Blightbringer, but that's expensive. I should probably just steal it.
Short father.
What if I did Oak Daddy's Huggies against Cazador? I haven't done that in a while. Totally not on the build for it, but I like that idea. Just having 15 Carboson's gifts is absurd. Hey, Tippy Tim, thank you for the 22 months. Thank you very much. Hey, Soccer, thank you for the 34 months. And Anonymous, thank you for gifting us up to book.
What do you need?
Hey, Scarlet Air, how are you? You're absurdly cool. I don't know how to deal with positivity. And thank you for taking care of Scarlet. I can speak Scarlet Hair as well. So these Gauntlets of the War Master are better than I originally pegged them to be. They're very expensive for what they do. Thank you for taking care of Gloriosa, Anonymous.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Yeah, Anonymous with
Quag
real
Jiggler.
monarch shit.
She's just a girl.
Danny, thank you for the 5 gifted.
There you go, Quag.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm losing track. Yeah, hype. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, Gauntlets of the War Master. So they impose disadvantage on anything that uses weapon action DC. So, like, basically, things that you do to other things will use either your spell save DC, your weapon action DC, or sometimes a third thing that's cursed. Like, there's some weapon action DC things that have their own arbitrary rules. But, like, this is pretty good for, like, if you're trying to stick Soulbreaker. It's good for Gaping Wounds if you don't want to take Crossbow Expert. And you have a very limited time to get value. Like, there's cases where this makes sense. +1 attack is also not nothing. The problem is these are over 3,000 gold. And a glove slot is extremely competitive. Like, I feel like if this was an amulet, this would be extremely popular. It's a little hard to justify. Eldritch Inertia, look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Alright, so I have Blightbringer, but buffing it will be a whole rigmarole now. Probably don't go that direction. But I'm glad I have it. Way more undead slaying arrows than I need. Not as many ice arrows as I want. I can switch elements once I run out of ice. Like, I could switch to acid and do funny acid breath stuff too. Go back to Icarus Gloves. Yeah, that's fun. Alright. I'll do that once we get Rhapsody. Now let's go do the cockfight for fun. Gotta head out now. I better not get Mr. Short too much trouble, chat. Later, Mick. You have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. If I may expand the scope beyond True Souls, Aridin to be that guy at the office who's a prick to everyone else, sucks up to the bosses. Yep. Excuse me.
Better not be cursed.
Aridin would cross the picket line. In exchange for the bosses not bringing up his use of slurs to HR.
You'll be getting them out only if you're quick.
Bluff? Thank you. Lorokin's a shitty manager to maul Jamba Juice. Aridin would pull a gun at protesters if he was paid to? Nah, he'd do that shit for free. Thank you for the hype train, everybody. That's very kind. Very well. Chew. I actually love that emote. That's sick. fall damage. You do it for the love of the game. He's committed to his craft. Partial bravery applying to the ice arrow AoEs and the piercing portion.
Fall by my hand. Let's be on my way.
Probably running ballast armor with no crit immunity for the Cazador fight. May as well get comfy doing that.
Didn't want to draw any attention. Hate. Time to press ahead.
Are you not, Matt? Expected you to be.
See his true form.
Look back at yesterday's VOD, apparently you managed to make that door to +5s work. Cool. Yeah, it requires you not going in there in your first run through Act 2.
That door is saturated with necrotic magic. Best keep my distance.
Something I'm heavily leaning towards on my next run is trying to take the Gale buff from not choosing the Shadow Weave. I want to try taking that into Act 3. I'm not sure if that'll work in 2.5, but I haven't tried it yet.
Very
Rare sharpshooter W. I also have to do another carry around Victoria's Corpse run. It's pretty much just rogue with necrotic resist and big DR. As a bracket, will clarify it's indeed my discovery, not heard about beforehand, so I'm excited about everything that comes from it. Okay, it was from me. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure who to attribute it to because I heard it from you. But yes, that's awesome. I was thinking of trying to combine it with the polymorph dominate beast thing, say, because you can get NPCs into acts they're not supposed to be with their AI intact using polymorph dominate beasts and a hireling. But the problem is nobody's AI, well, almost nobody's AI is intact in 2.5. The reason why I know their AI is intact is because I did it to Palma, the ogre in Gut's bedroom, and I was just talking to her in my camp in Act 2. So, I do think it is possible to get Palma's Wrath into Act 3. Just, you need to do Polymorph Dominate Beast. And then you need to region travel to reset Palma's hotbar. But the problem is you then have to, like, keep her alive and safe until you actually want to go to Act 3. So I guess this makes the most sense on, Minthara Dies routes, because the goblins in like, the remains of the goblin camp don't get cleared if Minthara's dead, right? So then you would be able to do that just before the act finale, stash Palma somewhere. Problem is, I think she would get cleared by you leaving Act 2. You might be able to keep her fine in your camp. I have to test it. You managed to trigger her without Gut? No, I didn't, but how do you get her to rage? So when you do Polymorph Dominate Beast, you have control of her. You can just choose to rage. But the problem is, when you first enable the control of her, it's not on her bar. You need to region travel to fix that. Now, relaunching reloading the save might work, but I was able to fix it by region traveling. Now, this isn't true solo, this requires use of a hireling. And if you want to get this done at level 7, then it's kind of resource intensive, because, like, you're having the hireling cast Dominate Beast, so this requires character level 7. But then you need to cast Polymorph, which means either you need to know it, or you need to have a bunch of scrolls of it. Then you need good spell save DC on both of you. I have not tried including Connormancy in this beyond some early steps, because when I did Polymorph Dominate Beast to someone I had connored, it said can't control dead. Now, I could control them, but the hotbar was empty, and this is before I discovered that region traveling refreshes the hotbar, so I'm going to have to try that again on a connored entity and see if that works out fine. If it does, then what you would do is you would Polymorph Dominate Beast to get Palma to go with you to Act 2. Then you would kill her in your camp, so her body stays there. Then before long resting, you would connor her, reapply Polymorph Dominate Beast, and then try to keep her through the act transition to the interlude camp. If you wanted to get it into Act 3. Then, during 2.5, you would... Yeah. You would then use the rage that you refreshed with the region travel to the interlude camp. Yeah, that's how you would have to do it. So I have to actually try all that, but in theory it should work, and that would be Palma's Wrath in Act 3. Like 7 layers of deep game knowledge. That's what we love in this little community. The truly weird shit that stacks on itself.
There's an inscription on the ring. Looks like
Honor myths being treated like a casual everyday thing at this point. It's an enabler of so many other layers. Oh, other things you can do with polymorph dominate beast controlled things. They can equip Gale food. So you can also just, if you want Palma to survive better while you're just trying to keep her around, you could give her, like, whatever gear you want. You could also set her up with, like, the warding bond ring and have her put that on you. She doesn't have that much HP, though. She's, like, 98 or something. All that for bigger strength number. It's also minus AC, which is pretty good for retaliation builds.
From the dictionary you found.
Like, I think with Palma's Wrath, you might actually be able to get 0 AC. Which, I don't know how the game handles that.
The ring.
Atrophy does it, you think? Be funny. Random joke, not game mechanic. But, like, what if it did? It absolutely shouldn't. But what if it did? Or what if it overflows and you end up with 99 AC or some shit? Worth trying. Bunch of big damage territory now, full damage gearing. Yeah. At the moment, at least. Oh, did I forget to... Forgot to do something important. I do have to reach and travel. Not attuned. That's what I was supposed to do. Okay, with no crit immunity because of health pool? That's the plan. Hey Remus, how are you? Offhand, do you happen to know what happens if you go below 1 AC?
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Is that plant? Never mind.
Because I'm thinking about optimal retaliation kit, but also with Palma's Wrath. Like, I think it's possible to get below 1. Because I want to say, in my Lore Bard Karlak run... Have fun, go in. Thanks, Say. Have a good one. I want to say I had 3 or 4. Palma's Wrath is -2, and I could have taken my dexterity even lower. And I think that might be without standing in an acid surface, even. I don't think there's any engine limitation tested down to at least minus 88 AC before. Awesome, thanks, Ziphius. So I imagine, much like with difficulty class on like perception checks and such, that a 1 still fails. So there's no actual mechanical benefit. Unless... I suppose that enables use of the adamantine shield. Because then the reeling won't matter either.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I don't think you would, but... See BB's post? No, I don't. Online. Says the streamer, ironically. Yeah, the acid from the circus was factored into the total. You can just have a companion wild shape into Dino and get it that way too.
I need a quick word.
Casually said how to rage cast last night. I didn't make it to Reddit because I said that. Guys were literally trying to figure it out. Oh, well. I figured it out. Do I go oil freezing here? You just mentioned it in passing this card. Did you tell them about it? It's like, if that information needs to go their way. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Ballast armor's stupid.
Time for some bloody work.
Haven't gotten one of those crit misses I need in a while. Sad about it. Hey, Lemon Screen, how are you? It fascinates what's mainstream and isn't. This game really does. The amount of things you pick up when just trying to play the game in different ways is, worth documenting. We've been crit missing for a while now. Cold as fuck, how's the Quag? I was pretty cold, last night? Night before? Night before. Doing okay now, though I'm bundled up.
There are some scuffs to show.
Hard fight? Yeah. Yeah.
like the door to the ring.
I probably fire shield here to have a retaliation effect if things hit me. Maybe we universal res. Mostly just care about lightning res right now. Yeah, we'll do that. Took a bit to render in there. Game struggled with that. There's the pixel where we don't get disadvantage from being threatened, but we still apply Aura of Murder. I'll brace. He's okay, right? Miss on Chatterteeth's unfortunate, but fine. You know, I'll put a star in on the screen. I'm brovulating today. But you deserve a treat. What if he calls you his little Thoda Pop? If you listen really closely, you can hear Danny commissioning that on Cameo. Almost got the 2-turn. That's just unfortunate. Enough, Jax. I missed a bat. I don't feel like getting a star in right now.
The Vampire Lord is no more. But his nothing.
I'm actually just fucking lazy. The Redeem scratches an itch in my brain. It's pretty good. I'm a fan. So you don't want me squirting with intent. I already forgot about that. You can do whatever you want with your vampire hydrant. Get it? It's like a fire hydrant, but turns on from vampires. Laugh.
Why? But we and
Hey, Starring, guess what?
What do you need now?
Oh, he's not a fan of me, I forgot. Wait, what if I just never told him? Yeah, I'm just not gonna ever tell him. How would he know? Always wondered what could happen to a Starring if you never do the Cazador quest. It's pretty sad. The epilogue is he's not doing great. Like, he will even ask you to help him go kill him because he's been on the run for 6 months. Hey Raid, how are you? You're gonna live the rest of your life running from someone who's not there anymore. Enjoy. Probably gonna get that version since you're not gonna tell him. I'll tell him eventually. Maybe. Consider it.
Gazette has a transcript of a conversation in Archery.
3 years post-game. Yo, sorry, I completely forgot to tell you. Flip a coin, heads you tell him, tails you don't. I don't have Act 2 buffs and Act 3 is the long rest mandatory? Yes, I got the buffs after the long rest. I'm wrong? I mean, I should probably have both called a command. Because that way also makes sense. Remember, how does a Astarion not die after Cazador's death as a spawn of him? I mean, spawn don't die when their creator is killed. In this game. I'm not leaving you hope. Relax. Keep the other ones in cold mode. Should I actually do fire on Rhapsody? Probably do fire on Rhapsody for Big Stupid Dragon, which we should start considering. I was gonna do acid stuff. Hey, Seth. I could detour and kill the dragon. What fight was I going to do? No, I just did Cazador. Alright, yeah, let's... Big Stupid Dragon time. Switch from Snowburst here. Do I go Risky Ring? Like, ultimately, do I care if Big Stupid Dragon damages me? I don't really think I do. I'm curious as to how Curving Shot works on dragon hitboxes. Maybe we science that one. I could Killer Sweetheart on him. Probably decent use of Luck of the Firearms and Killer Sweetheart, honestly. Gonna need more bonus fire if I want that to get through the DR. Probably means using Helpless Gloves over Crater Flush and then just not counting on critting. We just run that. Why the Hexblade dip? The features you get at level 1 Hexblade. Shadow Cloaked if I shoot darkness arrows at him? We'll just go Risky Ring. It'll be fine. Oh, we go Lightning Res. Yeah, that'll be fine. It was yesterday years old when I learned that Bernard's completely useless with Super Flower on its head. Not in Honor mode. Unless you mean literally like on top of his head and he can't move or something. But in honor mode, Susur Blooms do not turn off Bernard. Good luck today. Thanks, Lurking Joe. I appreciate that.
Anything you want to say? Don't.
Yeah, expanding on the, level 1 Hexblade stuff, Warlocks at level 1 can pick up, the Warlock cantrips, so in this case I took Booming Blade and Minor Illusion. You can also pick up first level spells. I took Armor of Agathis and Hex, which are fantastic, fantastic spells, and Hexblade gets Hexblade's Curse. So between Hex and Hexblade's Curse, it's a lot of additional damage if I want it. Booming Blade is to enable Elemental Infusion, and Minor Illusion is because I like having it, especially for grouping things up for AoEs before a combat starts. It's all of that versus getting an additional feat from Pure Classing Fighter. And that's sometimes the play, but more often I prefer this.
You might. It's over. I empty. I'll be. You might have unlocked my cell, but there's no escape from this place. Well, I'll seek out my well.
Floric, follow me. Gonna have Floric cast Protection from Evil and Good on me. This will impose disadvantage on attack rolls from every enemy in the answer fight.
Focused.
And it will also stop Answer from using his AoE Fear. That dragons have a Fear Roar they can do. They rarely do it. It's pretty low in their priorities, but you don't want them to do it to you, so. Persistence is also better than Helldusk here. I'll switch that out too. Noted for honor mode works on the friends. Yeah. There's a few things in honor mode that are behaviorally different than below honor mode. Another one is moving the bombs in Worm's Rock when you're fighting Cortash or anyone. Don't do that in honor mode. They blow up immediately as soon as you interact with them. So more than a few times I've had someone be like, you could just move the bombs away, and it's like, you haven't played honor mode. I don't plan on really taking incoming attack rolls, so I don't need crit immunity for this fight.
Just out of view.
Hey Celestial. Hey Daryl.
With haste.
Don't have much arse oil. It's probably enough. Let's make sure. Forgot I have more arrows on Will. A lot more. Special about the circle you're wearing. So it applies... So, a few things, actually. The first thing is the description's misleading. It says, while surrounded by 2 or more foes, what it actually means is, while your target has an adjacent ally. The way dragon hitboxes work, and the reason why I'm wearing this for this upcoming fight, is dragons are several enemies in a trench coat. So this always works against Answer. And it applies to arrows, which is what I'm using for. But it's also one of those damage bonuses that applies very favorably. Contrast something like Arcane Synergy, which I don't even have on me because it's not good, but Arcane Synergy applies once per instance of damage. Martial Bravery applies to each individual thing that is compatible. So if I shoot an ice arrow, it's going to apply to the AoE part and to the single target part. So effectively, this is minimum 4 more damage on Answer. If I switch to Crater Flesh Gloves like I should, it's also damage on those instances. But I'm waffling. Fuck it, we ball. Damage Rider source? No, it's a bonus that goes on Damage Rider sources. Play honor mode. I discovered my girlfriend in our shared game that it's not honor mode, so totally would try to Caesar Flower and Bernard next time my own runs would have been very disappointed. Hey, happy to help avert that particular crisis. Did I put him back in? Make sure. I've lost him before. What's in here? Oh, Lantarf. Good to know, like, use Legacy of the Masters versus Answers to offset his -4 damage quirk a little. It's good policy. Like, getting through Answer's damage reduction is how you do effective damage. I'm going to be using Hexblade's Curse to help with that, because it's exactly the same as his DR. But that's not going to help with damage bonuses, such as the bonus fire on this, unfortunately. That's going to have to crit to do damage if I don't run Helldusk Gloves. So I'm thinking about it. Hey, Victoria. Yeah, we'll do this just for consistency. And I suppose Heat Convergence would also get me there, but that's fine. Unlocked hotbar moment.
well that ends not as bad as it could have. How much further can I go?
Do I have spare lightning res? I do. Scratch, don't come get this. Okay. I'm gonna want cold res. Let's go here. I guess I probably actually want to concentrate on this.
The distance.
Answer, Facey.
A deep the
Answer. And now
Gonna romance this run? This is a will romance run. Lurking while fixing my toe beans. Sounds good, Moo. Good boy. Cold infusion because I forgot to switch hands. It's fine. Nice. I could have positioned a little bit better, but it's fine. The combat music turned off. We don't even get the fun music during the big stupid dragon fight? Man. You're already gathering power? Man, you suck. I don't trust this Myrmidon to not screw me. So we are going to do this in a bit of a roundabout way. Arsonist oil applied. Do I care to get more attacks in? I suppose I should. What do you change to make Big Stupid Dragon less stupid? Make the ad spawns constant. Give the boss a mechanic other than slow time to kill. And this. Saved. Rude. What's the movement? Gonna actually make me Terrazil here. Very rude. I could have just swapped back to Lightning Res and tanked it that way, but meh. Fight or whatever. You always put down a little lightning box? Yeah.
I'm sore. I never thought I'd see him again.
So he saved on a lot of our special arrows here, but we had some good ones. 50 on the bonus fire. Yeah, that was pretty good. That's no heat convergence with that one too. It's not even a crit. Hey, Skeptical. Thanks to GG. We could do some makeshift bow stuff if I want to go real hard on piercing arrow, but meh. Bank ballists, maybe? That'll be Snowburst. Let's go Brood Mothers. Ring of Regen. Displacement. I guess I don't need Ring of Regen if I do Baldurin. We could go for Icarus Corrosion, but they have good decks. Honestly, I guess that makes the most sense. Switch to Acid Attunement, probably. For breath weapon purposes. Now, since we're still on fire, we could go do the cuck fight real quick. For funsies. I think the boss in Act 3 have too much bullshit in them. Skill issue. Except Orin, I don't like the other boss gimmicks. Like what? Act 1 and 2 bosses or enemies are better designed? What do you think is a badly designed Act 3 boss? Aside from Answer. I'll agree with you on Answer, but not on the others. And, like, generally, if you think it's bullshit, that's your fault for not learning. But, like, do you have any examples? Because I can't think of a single Act 3 boss that I would consider unfair. There's counterplay in every single case. I'd say there's only one boss I consider unfair in the game. And it's like, boss is a stretch, but... It's the Boulette, if you're curious. And it's not because of the dealing damage to it thing, it's because of how its AI works.
Be cautious.
That same ship was at Moonrise Towers, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey, Lady Baker. Good to see you. How are you?
Looks like those two are about to fight.
Yeah, they're okay. I don't like Gortash because of him being Gortash. Like selling Karlach to a double and not. Yeah, of course. Narrative reasons, yeah, Gortash sucks. Also, aesthetic reasons, Gortash sucks. Saravok gets perma-haste, other things if you kill the minions. Read your first sentence back. Just read that back. Just read it. Ansel got you. Don't kill the minions. Do the boss mechanic properly. The counterplay. You already spelled out the counterplay. But I'll continue. Last fight, Dragon and Mind Flayer if you have a caster. Okay, the Mind Flayer is completely irrelevant because, well, the Dragon's completely irrelevant because all of your companions are screaming at you to ignore it and just go. So you could do what they say. But the Mind Flayers are nothing? Like, are you saying because of their counterspell? Their counterspell has a range requirement. So, like, be out of range. Or get rid of their reactions so they can't do it. If you're worried about Mind Blast, be stun immune. There's an item for that. So, if you're worried about Magic Missile, either use a Reflecto Guard or Viconia's Shield to make them kill themselves with their Magic Missiles, or just have access to Shield and become immune to their Magic Missiles. It's not designed for every type of character. Nothing is designed for every type of character, but absolutely nothing you said shuts down casters there. Like, that's just you not playing around what the game's trying to tell you to play around. You can separate Saravok from the girlies too, right? You can, Chaotix, you can. Good positioning, good kiting, yes. And also, let's say Saravok does get hastened. Okay, and? What does that do for him? More attacks? More AC? Advantage on dex saves? Okay. And? Like, nothing you described is bullshit. That's just you not engaging with fight mechanics or adapting to what the game is trying to get you to do. And if you have a player Mind Flayer, Nebulous Black Hole just one-shots the Mind Flayers because it ticks twice. A lot of things just require creativity. Mm-hmm.
Time to press ahead.
And if not creativity, then they require you putting aside bullheadishness. Elevator is a boss with a lot of BS in it, so we talk about this sometimes, but in my 6,500 hours in the game, I have had the elevator bug happen exactly 0 times. I don't know what causes it, but it has never ever happened to me. Path interrupted, my least favorite boss? Yes. Or doors. Just the existence of doors. When Saravok's hastened, can you throw a speed pot at him and make him lethargic or slow him? He becomes immune to certain categories of negative conditions, Jor. He's immune to lethargic. But I don't know if he's immune to slow, but immunity to lethargic implies to me that he just can't overwrite his haste. feels forced difficulty. It's not. It's you making bad plays. Right? Like, give them more stuff to make it harder. More stuff such as mechanics that you chose to ignore to make that fight harder for yourself. Like, Saravok's boss mechanics specifically being, okay, if you kill the ads first to make the fight easier, then he's stronger. If you kill him first, then you make the ads stronger. So it's triage, it's management of kill order. No matter what you do, someone gets stronger as you kill them. That's not forced difficulty. That's giving you agency over what the boss mechanics actually even fucking are. I just don't like the design decisions to add difficulty and accuracy. It sounds to me more like you don't like being told to adapt your playstyle to what the encounter demands, and you like brute forcing things and feeling good about brute forcing your way through things, which is valid, but like, be honest with yourself and us. Learning so much right now, not gonna lie. Hey, welcome in. Oh, I'm not gonna get your name right at all. Tell me how to say it. Welcome in. And I'm very glad to hear. Had a strange experience last night. The Mind Flayers in the brain didn't use Mind Blast. Yeah, they won't use it if they know it won't do anything. So if the only valid target is stun immune, they won't do it. And if they can't get more than one target, they are very unlikely to do it. Enemies tend to have, like, priority orders with how they handle things. And that's very breakable if you know how highly an AI will prioritize a certain move. Take the Act 1 Ethel fight, for example. The Act 1 Ethel fight we have down to a science because you just want to effectively force her to do her least threatening thing whenever possible. So the way you do that is, alright, you don't want hold person. Get immunity to that. She won't do it anymore. You don't want to take much poison damage, so you get poison resistance. If possible, you get poison immunity, but that requires being level 10 monk. You specifically do not want to get slashing resistance, and you do not want to get psychic resistance, because her claw attack is weaker than her Ray of Sickness, generally, and it has a range constraint. And the biggest thing is, her Vicious Mockery is by far her weakest attack. If you have psychic resistance, she will start prioritizing other things more highly than the Vicious Mockery. So, by leaving yourself vulnerable, but not like vulnerable, you know what I mean, to that, she will prioritize her weakest ability. That's playing smart. It's a bunch of combos, my initials name at the end. Name's Kira, like Nightly. Also answer to Mickey. Okay, whichever you prefer, I'll refer to you that way. Mickey or Kira, let me know. If either is good, then I'll just pick one. But again, welcome in. Yeah, you don't want to silence Ethel, because then she'll start shoving you. What are other interesting cases of that? Gith Archers. If you get piercing resistance, but then you also, for example, have, like, let's say you cast Blade Ward, but you also had Amulet of the Unworthy on. So you're zeroing out your bludgeoning resistance to bludgeoning neutrality with Unworthy. Gith Archers will then be like, okay, I'm gonna punch you now. Because they don't have melee weapons equipped. So they'll just put their bow away and start punching. It's very funny. But you can create situations where they can decide that they do more damage with your bludgeoning vulnerability than they do with their piercing neutrality. So you can sometimes get enemies to do things you don't want them to do in unexpected ways like that. If enemy AI knows not to attack me with an attack I'm immune to, why can't you hear his AI ever stay alive in the Moonrise fight? Different things, but I mean, here in Challenge Runner area, we don't really have a Moonrise Assault, we just kill everyone ahead of time for XP. Does Elixir of Golf movement grant stun immunity? No. Hi Mac, how are you? Brute Force is legitimate strategy, just gotta understand what it isn't as strong as other strats. Yeah, like, there's nothing wrong with liking Brute Force approach, but when you take it to its extreme, its illogical extreme, I'll say, and you think that everything that isn't brute forceable is bullshit, it's lack of self-awareness. And, like, I encourage the creativity. The reason why I have so many hours in this game is trying to play it in different ways and talking to other people who try to play it in different ways. And I love when the game tells me no, because then that's a new problem for me to solve. Did I want to go acid here? Yeah, let's go acid.
Another step forward.
Honestly insane how deep this game is. It's really just... It doesn't make sense how replayable it is. It really doesn't. I don't know how this happened, but I'm so glad it did. You know?
All of my wares are
Druids have the worst AI in the game. They do have some pretty bad AI. Like, there's some NPC druids that could absolutely rock your shit. It's just they make really weird choices. Like, Kaga's both an example of good druid AI and bad druid AI. Good druid AI is she's willing to use Moonbeam, she's willing to Thunder Wave, she's willing to Misty Step, and she's willing to use Wolf Wild Shape, which are all really good abilities. But she also, like, prioritizes standing in her own fucking Moonbeam. Oh, hang on. I can't forget to eat the rich. My husband asked me the other day how I keep playing the same game like it doesn't get old. I'll keep going until I beat Honor. Hey, keep going after you beat Honor, too. We'll go Banshee help us.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I don't think enemy AI knows Moonbeam is harmful, actually. They do, in combat. They will try to move out of it. Like, certain creature types will sidestep out of a Moonbeam before ending their turn. Hook Horrors do it, Boulette does it. Now, they don't have a problem pathing through it. They will absolutely run through it to go somewhere. But if you give them room, they will try to step out of it, as long as it's not hazardous to do so. So you can put them in a position where they don't want to move out of it because they will take opportunity attacks. And some of them are willing to take those, some of them are not. But it's very case by case. It's surprisingly complex. But I know about the Hook Horror one specifically because Mark is currently doing a Radiant-only run, and on his last stream, about 11 hours ago, 10 hours ago, he was fighting the Hook Horrors in Boulette, and they were stepping out of his Moonbeam. Once I get through a few more runs of B33, I want to try recreating getting Merkle to kill himself like I did my pre-honor run. Nice. A few more runs of B33, I vibe with that too.
Account holders only, which is
Like area avoidance stupidity, something like that. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting parameters by which AI will make choices. You stop Boulette from running away with Frightened Condition? No, and that's one of the things that frustrates me about the Boulette. It can burrow even if it has no movement speed available. You need to make it so it just doesn't get its turns. That's how you can prevent it from leaving. So if you paralyze it, that works. If you stun it, that works. If you have it both frightened and prone, that works. But frightened by itself doesn't, even though logically that doesn't make sense, because it should need movement speed to move, but it doesn't. That's why I think Boulette is bullshit. Dalor is kind of in the same boat. He can just Dimension Door away outside of his turn. Those two enemies actually just blatantly cheat. They do not follow the rules. Also, Boulette's feature that it it has listed territorial, where it will attack other monstrosities first, before other things. That's only half true. It will attack monstrosities first, if feasible, but it just increases the priority. So, like, it's fully able to still attack you if it doesn't see a good line to go for a monstrosity, and it doesn't consider its jump to be an attack. So it could use its attack on a monstrosity, and then see that you're, like, on a level below it, and just Goomba stomp you for all of your HP.
Talk to the other.
Just need to see your vault pack. What's it?
Dollar's legendary action. Cheat. Hate that guy.
Let's see what this does.
Boulette turn buffers anti-heal, which means it's not cheese since enemies do it. You know, I see people complaining about Boulette for all the wrong reasons. I like the damage threshold, the burrowing, though. The damage threshold is just a wake-up call for how to deal damage. And I think it's very good. Like, the first reaction to it being skepticism is understandable. Like, I was worried about them implementing that one before they had implemented it. But then I, like, sat down and figured out strats, and now I like it. Because it forces me to be on my toes. Somehow I only recently realized you could buffer prone via throw, bone spike boots, etc. to skip enemy turns. Yeah, I never thought to do that. Always learning things. I never thought to do that. Forget to kill the Boulette most of the time recently. Just fight her once she burrows, move on with whatever. Honestly, Daryl, you're not missing out. Like, the loot isn't noteworthy. It's not even technically unique because there's another copy of the Boulette's item under a different name in Act 3. So you're not missing that. It's only 150 XP. So for reference, that's the same value as Kaga, Floric, and Halcyon. My wisdom saves. Plus 9 on a low roll. Put away pistol. Doing with the Elcart Stampede to activate the ability end turn. It's fair. Let's say they go prone on their own turn, lose turn. Yeah, knocking enemies prone on their own turn is incredibly good. I think that's pretty popular with reverb boots plus Holy Lance Helm.
Nine Fingers had this one made.
Reverb boots, Holy Lance Helm, reverb gloves sometimes.
Hello, mouthful. We'll barely slow it down.
XP is also exactly the reason I don't bother with Owlbear. 50 XP is a joke. Yeah, I rarely remember to do the Owlbear until I'm strong enough that the fight doesn't matter. And it's 20 XP per Owlbear. Like, if you are in honor mode, you do the mother, the mate, and you knock out the cub. That's 60 XP, then recruiting the cub is 5, so like, before inspos you're getting 65 XP max. It's extremely not worth it. If you're willing to long rest a lot, you could just walk into the cave, tell her to chill, leave, long rest, walk back in, and she's dead. And that's honestly worth if you want that gear early.
See?
I just ignore the Boulette at this point. The TDS at all isn't even worth the XP. Yeah, that's valid. If I was there fighting the game you consider your favorite, more class build dependent. Merkel's still my favorite, just because it's a problem to be solved. It demands that you comply with, like, dealing with these things the boss can do. Like, he's capable of doing significant necrotic damage. You're gonna have to deal with being frightened. He's got damage reduction. He's immune to a bunch of conditions. But, like, it's not like Answer, where it's a very passive fight. Where it's simply big HP total, and you sit there bored until it's over. There's, like, active components and multiple lanes you can take. So you could either go all in on damage on the boss, which is even feasible because, again, he's got half of Answer's HP. So, and half of his damage reduction. So, like, reasonable to burst that shit down without needing to over-prep. You could opt for a slow burn with ad management to stop the heals and Fingers of Death from happening. You could opt for even letting the heals happen so he runs out. You have multiple kinds of ads to manage. You have Aelin to manage. You can use his AoE against his own ads. Like, Call of the Damned hits everyone in the room, including his side. You've got multiple damage types that you have to manage incoming amounts of. You can prep the fight by doing stuff to Ketheric, and some of that transfers over to Merkel, and that's cool. You have Aelin as a potential ally you can buff up to be very impactful. In this run, I gave her Chain Lightning Scrolls, and Aelin did like half of Merkel's health. She had Chain Lightning and then crit a smite on him, so I didn't really even have to do that much. Like, there's a ton of things you could do with Merkel. Yeah, you can use Heavy Chests to block the paths as well. You could set up AoE spells, summons, all sorts of summons that you might not consider are really good on the Merkel fight. Zombies are very good. Mud Methods are very good. Flaming Sphere is very good. The Shadow from Gale's Lantern is very good. Aelin put in so much work in that fight. She did. Gale Monk with Ring of Evasion. What dragon? Answer strategy I want to try sometime is just fight it with a Ginny. They're lightning immune. Yeah. Ginny would do pretty well. I guess he'd have to deal with the opportunity attacks and melee stuff, but bro's got almost 200 HP when you buff him. I guess you could equip him with like a better damage type, maybe. Hey, Mark. Oh yeah, Ginny has Misty Steps. You don't have to worry about the opportunity attacks. And slow would be good. Could have gone Ballist here, but this works just fine for me. No reveal. It's also okay. Ginny's casting status Charisma. He's got 20 by default to do some interesting stuff with like Potent Rope. That's fun. Hoping you would get frightened over there, but that's okay. Hey Ginny, do you want to kill the Answer? Yes! Yeah, Bow the Banshee Piercing Arrow is incredibly fucking good. You know, if you do a melee Conjure Barrage bow, the Banshee is your active weapon, you'll deal the damage type of your melee weapon, but get the frightened effect for your bow. That's really cool. Ranger spells are so awesome. It's so frustrating to me when people believe that Ranger spells aren't good. It's like, what do you mean? Ensnaring Strike is incredibly useful. Now, the action economy thing is a bit of a hurdle to get over mentally, and it took me a while to get there, but like the more you try, the more it's like, wait, hang on, this is actually great. Hail of Thorns and Lightning Arrow are absurd damage. Conjure Barrage is really fucking cool and unique. Oh, hi.
Can't even catch my breath.
Makes me want to do a Caster Ranger run. Caster Ranger is so fun. Twin Lightning Arrow. You can reasonably hit for around 600 damage to a single target. And then you can also do Ensnaring Strike as like a Booming Blade at home. Spell Might Ensnaring Strike is really good. You could pick up Sorcerer levels, do twin ranged Ensnaring Strike. Extended Snaring Strike for like for your attack action, you could do Extend Booming Blade and then extend Ensnaring Strike for like maximum on hit applications and an action. All sort of cool things.
These footprints started in the sewers.
I didn't pre-clear the Minsk thing, but that's fine. I don't want Edgar's gloves because that could kill him. I should grab money while I'm here, but I'm not going to. Need to watch your Caster Ranger run sometime. Seems really cool, I haven't watched it. It's one of those that I do want to redo with like more game knowledge and stuff, but I did have a lot of fun with it. Like, Meta Magic plus Ranger spell list is so interesting. In love with jalapeno mustard, it's so good. I already love mustard. Ooh, that sounds good.
Something over there. Trap. Be cautious. Better be cautious.
Almost picked Gloom for my current setup and I remembered it's lame. It's just so hard to justify over Hunter. And by hard, I mean like impossible.
Moving ahead. Can't risk being in open view.
Put on my bonus acid damage. Oops. reminds me of a screenshot proof of Quag recommending Battle Master to someone. Even things I don't like or think are very good do have their use cases. Don't die from this, Minsk. You need more damage? Just the proof. When was this? Why don't people glaze Crawler Mucus more outside of its community? Because they don't use the alchemy system at all. In many cases. Much less remembering to use coatings after using the alchemy system. Crawler Mucus is one you find very uncommonly. It's the reason for the dislike of Gloomstalker Ranger, asking sincerely, don't really play, I feel like I've seen it a lot from others. So, the thing about Gloomstalker, and this is a really good question, Mickey, Gloomstalker is the training wheels class, so to speak. It gives you a lot of things that are really nice if you don't know where else in the game you can get them from. So, like, it gives you initiative at level 3. It's not the only class that does that, but it's one that later gives you extra attack, and Rangers as a whole are a very good base class kit. So a lot of what people like about Gloomstalker, they don't realize they just like that about Ranger. But Gloomstalker gives you initiative, it gives you a free action shot, and it gives you bonus action hide, all at level 3. It gives you disguise self, it gives you dark vision, and those are all things that are useful on more or less every run. However, knowing where to get dark vision is an issue because, for example, a lot of people think, oh, but Halfling is so good, and those players will unknowingly be neutralizing their Halfling disadvantages by taking Gloomstalker and then thinking they're getting ahead because of this. Halflings don't have dark vision. Halflings have less movement speed. Gloomstalker turns both of those things off, functionally. However, you can get dark vision by playing a race that has that. You can get dark vision by equipping certain gear, by using certain scrolls, by being a shadow sorcerer, or by being a warlock. Managing initiative, a huge thing with a lot of runs, and this is not me saying this is mandatory, this is not me saying you need to like it, but alert is objectively the most impactful feat in the game, because the initiative die in this game is a D4. Alert gives you +5, so alert by itself puts you ahead of a majority of things in the game, but alert coupled with having good dexterity and then sometimes other gear bonuses puts you in a position where you will never fail to go first. Like currently with 20 dex and alert, I have +10 initiative. +10 is the point at which nothing in Act 3 can outspeed me except for Gortash and Cazador. Cazador failed to outspeed me, so it's only a chance. Your gear can also technically outspeed me if he rolls well, but just those three. So Gloomstalker's bonus doesn't matter at this point in the game, and early on, if you take alert at level 4, it doesn't matter there either. And then you also have to deal with the opportunity cost loss. A big thing in build crafting in this game is when you're getting something, it's not free. It is at the cost of everything else that is mutually exclusive within that slot. So if you take the Gloomstalker subclass, you are not the Hunter subclass, or the Swarmkeeper subclass, or the Beastmaster subclass. And Hunter does basically everything that Gloom does, but better, as long as you are going out of your way to get the things that Gloom gives that are like surface level value. So like you know, managing your initiative properly, managing your movement speed properly, picking up dark vision from somewhere, having like emergency invis pots to disengage on your bonus action functionally. Things like that. If you're doing those things, Hunter is strictly better than Gloomstalker. It's better action economy, better damage output, better defensive features, better utility features, better level scaling options. Like, nobody takes Gloomstalker past level 5 because its high level features are terrible, whereas Hunter has some of the best level 11 features in the game. You mentioned Gloom's useful in a no-hit run. What subclass do you prefer to Gloom in that scenario? Arcane Trickster and Shadow Monk do the same things Gloom does, but better. Gloom Assassin was the first OP build people discovered. I think it's still super popular. It is. And Gloom Assassin is what I used for my first honor mode clear. It's what I was using for Tactician solos before honor mode came out. Like, it's effective because it gives you a lot of things that you don't need game knowledge to, like, to know how to get. So, training wheels. But the more you know about the game, the less valuable that whole thing is, and the more flaws you detect. Like redundancies. Like if you're multiclassing Rogue with Ranger, well, if you're multiclassing Rogue with Gloom specifically, you're getting 2 bonus action hides. That's wasteful. You are getting bad sneak attack progression. That's wasteful. If you're trying to do the out of combat stealth and stay out of combat strategy, well, Assassin is useless for that. And having more Rogue levels or being a Hunter instead, or both, would be better, because Colossus Slayer applies to every hit outside of combat. Dread Ambusher doesn't exist outside combat. Sneak Attack can be applied to every hit outside combat, but your Sneak Attack progression is hamstrung by not being pure class Rogue. To be fair, is a cool use case for Battlemaster Trip Attack. It was so Blackstream, he was doing adding weapon attacks on items to trigger mortal reminders, so turn attack, the Trip Attack for turn skips. Right, it was that. Yeah. Hey, Eric and Steel, how are you? Like the training wheels analogy, nothing wrong with training wheels, you're still in the ring. Yeah, exactly. Forgot to deal with Boo. Swashbuckler makes most other rogue irrelevant except maybe the magic rogues are kind of busted. No, that's not how that works at all. They all have different use cases.
Against the...
Get rid of him.
Like, Swashbuckler doesn't give you an extra bonus action. That's like the only thing Thief does that matters, but it's big enough to consider in build crafting, and Swashbuckler is not accessing the wizard spell list by itself, which Arcane Trickster does. Swashbuckler does not get an invisible permanent summon, which Arcane Trickster does.
Don't be foolish. He is too unpredictable. He will only be a hindrance to us.
In what ways do you think Swashbuckler invalidates the others? Thief and Arcane Trickster just pretty orthogonal to Swash, just different applications. I would say those 3 collectively kind of eliminate anything that you'd care about getting on Assassin. Because Assassin is more towards the training wheels area. Because remember, Assassin doesn't give you more of anything. It just gives you access to things easily. It gives you advantage against things that you beat in initiative on the first turn. And, or more accurately, gives you advantage against things that haven't taken their turn yet. So if they join combat later, you still retain it against them. So, and that's like certainly nice. And you get auto crits against surprise targets. But here's the thing. The other rogue subclasses can just set up auto crits against targets whether they're surprised or not. And considering Arcane Trickster and Swashbuckler both have tools to do more damage than Assassin does, and then Thief has more action economy than Assassin does outside of the first thing you do to open the combat, you're doing more damage on those. So yes, I would agree that Assassin is collectively invalidated, or is invalidated collectively, excuse me, by the other 3 rogue subclasses, but that does not mean that it's useless. It just means that it's more beginner-friendly stuff and more niche in its applications. Everything else, though, the other 3 rogue subclasses are completely doing different things. They're all good. Rogue is blessed to have no duds amongst the subclasses. Hey, Jester, thanks for giving us sub to chore. Very, very kind. Assassin's bonus is good, you have more ways to get critical, right? The bonus action is good, I don't think it's good as Swashbuckler bonus action, so, like, I think you are failing to understand what those things are. Swashbuckler gives you things to do on your bonus action. Thief gives you an additional bonus action. The logic there doesn't make sense, because you're saying that having a good thing to click on your bonus action is good, and Thief has an entire extra bonus action to use on whatever they want. So you have successfully argued against yourself. Congratulations. Swashbuckler gives initiative too? Yeah, getting initiative as Swashbuckler is very, very good. That's definitely something that is one of the more valuable aspects of it. I agree with you there. Five, 7 Hunter Thief with hand crossbows, good or bad? It's not bad. The thing to keep in mind is that hand crossbows are feel good more than, like, being good. Taking Thief for an additional bonus action to shoot a hand crossbow, again, is nice, but, like, what if you pure class Hunter to shoot your main hand bow more times and you had access to stronger main hand bows? It's like a case of, yeah, it's not bad. I don't really care for it much because it's kind of just like hand crossbows categorically are more limited than every other kind of bow. But it's certainly not bad. Just experimenting with some stuff. Want to see what an extra bonus action shot would do. Keep in mind, your bonus action shots are just more limited than your main action shots. Like, if you want to shoot more times, even in a hand crossbow build, I would probably build in different ways. Like, think about it this way. It's once per short rest, but a fighter dip gives you 2 main hand shots, versus Thief gives you 1 offhand shot every turn. Now, Thief is sustainable, but Fighter is more, if you're going all in on action economy. If you go pure class Hunter to level 11, well, all of your main hand shots are full room AoEs, so you are hitting more targets with your hand crossbows, even though you're shooting that offhand shot 1 less time. Now, a singular infinite use of the disarm bonus is more useful to me than the extra bonus action Thief gives you, because you're not creative, Raid. We've established this before. I don't have too much use for that bonus action all the time. No, you do. You just don't use them. This is like earlier when you said that Saravox boss mechanics are bullshit. No, you just aren't being flexible. Be less rigid. Just notice all those conditions. Yeah, I like getting buffs. I don't think I want to run Icarus gloves here. I should pick up Resonant Stone again. Can wait a minute though. We'll go movement speed. And yeah, I'm not saying that the disarm isn't good, like Jor said. But the flexibility of Thief is the appeal. And from an objectivity perspective, saying that one situationally useful action is globally more useful than having an additional bonus action with which to use anything that goes on a bonus action in the game that you want, that's short-sighted. That's narrow. That's rigid. Because the most obvious hole I can poke in what you said, what do you do with that disarm action against things that don't have weapons? You don't click that. You panic and throw sand in their face, which can also be good, but a thief would have options.
The Zentarim have turned. Good. Come on.
Ask them nicely to stop. You know, I didn't think of that. Saying pretty please almost guarantees they will. Yeah, enemies are legally not allowed to continue their turns if you tell them that you would pretty please, with a cherry on top, like them to stop. I've heard. Many people are saying. Sorry, I was too busy double dashing away from everything, so I never got hit. Oh. Not bad. So not. I know it's not necessarily an original joke. Did a player at my table legitimately ask if they could use their bonus action to cry? Love it. Instead of Force Watch, go 3 Thief, 1 Monk, and do a little punchy punch every turn. Yeah, that's certainly an option. Like, having that extra bonus action is very good. For the same reason having extra actions is very good. And extra actions are universally accepted as good. You see how much people bend over backwards to apply haste or to work in a fighter dip for action surge into their builds. It's no different than that. I'd encourage players to stop looking at things from a tier list. X is better than Y perspective. Just enjoy the strengths of classes, seeing how you can use them situationally instead of painting with a broad brush. Yeah, nuance is easy, but nuance doesn't give you anything... Or lack of nuance, excuse me, is easy, but lack of nuance means you're just not getting anything more than surface level value from everything you're consuming. I'll surge. We'll save on these. You still saved. You make a tier list of everyone's ass? Yes, approved. Fair, if I didn't want them to save, I could Eldritch Knight, of course. I haven't had the opportunity to curving shot for a while because I haven't been rolling ones, and I have a lot of accuracy right now. Like, I don't think I can miss without a 1 against most targets. Shadowheart over Karlach, or Halsin over everyone else. Minthara's gotta go in there somewhere. I mean, Minthara's cheeks are so crazy that they got me in trouble on YouTube with the VODs channel. I had to do like a community guidelines training thing. Am I serious? Yes. Now, it's a little infuriating because, like, you could open YouTube right now and I guarantee in a single-digit number of minutes you could find a porn ad. So, like, maybe apply the whole standard, but... apply the standard to the whole platform, rather. But, yeah, Minthara's ass cheeks were not well received by YouTube.
Nothing important is ever easy.
So curious. This is an intrusive thought. This is a bad idea. I've never done this before. Aw. Didn't even do anything cool. Man, it looks cool.
Back to work. There's a lesson for you.
Anyone on YouTube would be lucky to receive Minthara's ass cheeks. Hell yeah, Peony. Only time I saw Gale's ass was literally glowing with the resplendent energy of the pure weave, so that's... Let's not forget Minty's game-breaking underwear. True, true. Minty's underwear can situationally replace Orin's Netherstone. Now, that sounds like I'm joking. I am being 100% serious. There is a sequence of events you can trigger where instead of dropping her Netherstone, Orin will drop Minthara's underwear.
Suppose I'm too nice. You'll have what guild blades I can give when the time.
Now, why does she have it? It's a long story. But Say was doing some science, trying to figure out how to, just do various things to disguise the Orin and Rivington. And in a particular sequence of events, if you do certain things to Orin and Rivington and she decides to take Minthara later, then the game gets extremely confused. Extremely confused. Those items have the same UUID? No. But the game will get confused which inventory is supposed to, like, actually be dispensing loot. So it's like, okay, here's the inventory, and it's just the underwear. If the game does a muscle forward and you get Minthara's undies floating with the reverence to Netherstone? No, just you go to loot Orin and there's nothing but the undies there and you're soft locked unless you know another way to get the Netherstone.
Go ahead. Their blood.
Dara could definitely stone my nethers, I'll tell you that much. That's my chatter right there.
Watch how you go. It's a trap.
Oh, your periodic reminder, check out Jor's YouTube content.
Bet I can crack that open.
With, once again, with there being an uptick in slop that I hate out there, I gotta do more to shout out our friends over on YouTube making actually good shit.
Something over there.
Look at the other way while Ice throws daggers. Oh no. So wait, is Baldur's Gate just Minneapolis?
Very well.
Check out the stone. Don't worry.
Was the most challenging honor run for me? Probably no hit, because of the additional restrictions. It was 1 HP, no hit, act lock, so I couldn't go backwards from, like, couldn't go Mountain Pass to Act 1, couldn't go Act 2 backwards, couldn't go... I could go back and forth between Rivington and Lower City, so until Act 3 that was a significant restriction, but it was also no tadpoles, no scrolls, no summons, no assistance from temporary followers, no multi-classing, no respecking, all legendary actions. That was the most challenging for me. What if the stars align? How many ghosts I could spawn with the rat bat at once? So something that Danny and I kind of stumbled into in our last co-op session is you can spawn ghosts off of any Hexblade's curse. It doesn't have to be yours. So I wonder if in theory you had a full party of Hexblades. If you could have everyone spawn a ghost off of, like, each individual one. Alright, I put Lae'zel, Minthara, Gale in my party here.
Hardly the noblest conflict we've encountered.
Reaction will spawn ghosts for any target that dies with Hexblade's curse.
Perhaps we
Yeah.
can turn our attention to dissolving the criminal.
So I wonder what would happen if you had a full party of Hexblades rolling out like that. That could be really fun. That's a full party run that I would do, because then you could have each character doing, like, different things to support the ghosts. Like, one person Falar shrieking, you know, maybe someone else doing cutting words. Spoiling a run idea I've been holding on to. Shoot an arrow at many targets at consumable. You'll get a Hexblade Spectre if it hits a cursed enemy, even if the enemy doesn't die, just like Bloodless Elixir. That's so fucking cool. Incredible. That's so cool. That's... I'm so distracted by that. My third eye has opened. Yeah, it's logically consistent with everything we already do with Bloodlust elixirs and objects. Shame you can't go Whirlwind and Hexblade 6. I mean, you got Hordebreaker. Hordebreaker Ratbat is next best thing. You've also got just using Whirlwind Attack from Belm or Dancing Breeze or Edge of Darkness from Shara Spirit of Evening, or Colossal Onslaught from Jorgurl's Greatsword, or Corrosive Flail's AoE, or the Sacred Stars AoE. Like, you got a lot of weapon options for that, right? Hey, Tamir. Play for that run, scare around Giant Eagle Corpse, Cottermance it to resurrect it, and curse it to get Primordial Spectres whenever you want. Very good. Trade did a Ghost-focused run, the 6/6 Hexblade Shadow Sorcerer run, to get Nimbus stuff going, too. So he did a lot of cool Ghost tech. And it's always cool figuring out more stuff with Ghost. It's a shame they did nerf Ghost somewhat recently. Yeah, Corrosive Flail. Yeah, Mark. What's this comment? Hang on. When she says go deeper and I tell her telekinesis is actually a throw. It's my favorite race class, subclass, and why? Like, combination of those three? Or each one individually? I'm happy to answer both ways. Both? Race class, subclass combo is probably going to be... Half-Orc Eldritch Knight. Or Half-Orc Hunter. Or Ratbat stuff. Individually, for race, it's probably... that's a tough one. It's between High Elf, Wood Elf, Gold Dwarf, Dragonborn. Like, if you ask me what I think is the strongest one in the most cases, it's Half Elf. But, like, it's tough for me to narrow down race because different ones are so useful for different kinds of builds. Like, let's say you're playing a class where you don't have armor proficiencies. So figuring out which ones you want to pick up kind of informs your choice. If you want medium armor, you're probably looking at going Githyanki or Shield Dwarf if you don't want to take a feat to handle that. But then you're not getting shield proficiency, which you would get from human or half-elf. So it kind of, like, it changes. So movement speed makes half-elf OP. So half-elf can choose which flavor of elf they want to be. If you want movement speed, you can do that. If you want high-elf cantrip, you can do that. But the thing is, you get that while getting elf perks and human gear proficiencies. So you get just a lot of different things. You get the sleep immunity from elves. You get the light armor, shield proficiency, spear proficiency, halberd proficiency from humans. And then you get your choice of either the movement speed from Wood Elf or the cantrip from High Elf. Or if you, for some reason, want half-drow spells, you can get those too. Shield proficiency that good? Yes. Stupid question. Yes. Unless you were specifically planning to use two-handed weapons and nothing else, yes, but even in runs where you're using two-handed weapons, situational shield proficiency is very good if you are not normally getting it from your class. In terms of subclass, my favorite subclasses, that varies too. Eldritch Knight and Hunter are, in my opinion, jointly just the strongest subclasses for the most things in this game, and I like playing them both a lot. but I also really like the flavor and gameplay loop of Shadow Monk and Tempest Cleric. So those are a few of my favorites. My favorite class is Cleric. I just really feel most at home playing Cleric. I just love the versatility, the power. It's a good question.
Run. Do not. Oh, she's too strong. You have.
Look at it. Hush, hush. Orin will take.
There's some Reddit, there's some bizarre bug when you improvise melee with Giant Eagle, who sometimes attack twice. Was this person testing on a Barbarian, by any chance? Because, like, Barbarians do this weird thing where if you're raging and you end the combat with an attack, you just attack the body again, weirdly. Thanks way more than I hoped for. Hey, you're very welcome. We turbo nerd around here, you know? Be right back. 1 second, sorry. Sorry about that. I had a delivery. I had to run and get that. Very inconsistent, but yes, it was a barbarian. Okay, so there's something weird about barbarians and they just double attack sometimes. I don't know why. Alright, but I put these three in my party so that Orin would take Halsin, because I am going to kill him, and this is the only way to make sure he stays dead.
You wish to consult me? I miss when you... All right.
Are you sure? Can
The gold went to me. Have I played Pathologic or Pathologic 2? I have not. I'm sure he'll find some way to squirm his way back. I hope not. Do I care about Bone Spike Gloves this run? Don't think I do. We could go kill Lauren right now. More greater health territory. I almost feel like I'd rather do Marco Fire though. Can't you still use all your gold if it's held in camp? Leave it at some point. Just have to click balance trade twice. Really? Is that a thing? Let's see.
The penitent looks at you silently.
No. Maybe from somewhere other than camp, but no. Must I have it on a companion then? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, it was a quick test. Works from other party members, logical.
The penitent looks at you silently. There is the slightest...
Bone Spike Helm, really good. Underrated item. Very fun. Armor of Moonbasking is insanely good for not just Moon Druids, but it also works for Stars Druids. Stars Druids will even get the bonus of the AC twice while they keep it on, but they can also keep the bonus with the AC once, even after they take it off, as long as they stay in Starry form. So it's very, very cool. Glad to catch you live again. Had a blast yesterday learning stuff. Happy to have you here, Cold Prospect. Very stupid question. Does Marco Fire apply to Busky Oil explosions? The funny question. But yes, it does. It's absolutely stupid that it does, but yes, it does. What are your thoughts on Bladesinger? I haven't played it yet. It's the worst subclass in Baldur's Gate 3. Nothing is without use cases in this game, but Bladesinger's real fucking close to no use cases. It is comfortably the worst build decision you can make for any character.
That's a friendly looking shadow. The Lord of Murder shall perish. But in his doom,
Like, Bladesinger is so bad, it's confusing. You end up in how did this happen territory.
The Baal amulet. Will you return once you
Patching not
cross
really
this
changed much for top tier
threshold?
builds. I mean, it did change a lot. There's a lot of really good stuff that you couldn't do before that you can now. Game, are you okay? Okay, weird. Opening a can of worms here. Patch 8 changed a lot. Not only in terms of some actual, like, gameplay things were changed. A couple of enemies got new abilities. Some bugs were fixed, some behaviors were changed, but every class got a new subclass. Now, some of those subclasses are less impactful on the overall performance of that class than others, but think of how many combinations that brings in. And some of those subclasses are incredibly powerful. Hexblade Warlock is now the most popular one-level dip because of how powerful you get from just that one level, but the entire class across its entire progression is very, very good. Fighter got another good subclass. I'm playing the patch 8 Fighter subclass right now. Rogue got another good subclass. Barbarian got another good subclass. Ranger got one that is polarizing. My take is that it's good. It's just more on the utility side than anything. Yeah, Stars Druid is an incredible subclass. I maintain that I think Stars Druid is the most powerful of the patch 8 subclasses. I know Hexblade contributes the most damage to the most builds, but Stars Druid is incredible for the unique things it does. Glamour Bard is cool. Niche, people like to shit on it, but it isn't bad. None of the new subclasses except for Blade Singer are bad. The new Paladin subclass is the first one that actually has a, like, good spell list while also having good channel oath features. Death Cleric is great, yep. The patch 8 subclasses are very impactful. There's also new spells introduced in patch 8. They're cantrips, but one of them in particular is the elephant in every room of every melee build, Booming Blade. But circling back to Blade Singer, the reason why it's bad is because it makes you weaker. Every other subclass in the game makes you stronger. Blade Singer goes the opposite direction. Because if you are going to comply with your class features, like if you want to use Blade Song, it requires that you do not wear any armor that is heavier than light, you don't use any shields, and you can't use most weapons. So your gear choices are massively restricted. Now, technically you can equip Helldusk armor after you've started Blade Singing and there's no downsides, but that's both action economy inefficient and if you're doing it in combat, and also, like, but, like, what do you get from Blade Singing? Max power Blade Song, which you get at Wizard level 9. It scales up with your Wizard level, by the way. Initially, it's only +2. Then it scales up to +3, and then it caps out at level 4, at level 9, excuse me, at +4. 4 AC. That's all you get. 4 AC, +4 to Constitution saves, and a Crusher's Ring worth of movement speed. Now, for reference, Eve, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you very much. Swords Bard gets 4 AC at the cost of 1 Bardic Inspiration die while making an attack at level 3. Swords Bard and Blade Singers are both full casters that get extra attack at level 6, whereas Swords Bard can have crit immunity before Act 3, can use whatever weapons they want, and just does everything that Blade Singer does, but, like, better. Now you'll see some people argue, but Quag, the wizard spell list. Yeah, you know you can multi-class and just get the entire wizard spell list except for the ones that can't be scribed or learned that way, so you miss out on Resilient Sphere. And Arcane Gate. That's it. That's all you miss out on. But you can just multi-class one level of wizard, pick up the entire wizard spell list. If you want to be an extra attack user with Booming Blade and Shadow Blade, alright, you can take Sorcerer, get yourself infinite spell slots and access to Booming Blade and Shadow Blade, and then take Bard for extra attack and all of the Bard features, and just do everything Bladesinger does better. And like, if you want to be a defensive wizard subclass, Abjuration exists. Abjuration is already the second tankiest thing in the game. Second. Behind Rogue. But it's very much like the perceived value. It's vaguely similar to the Gloomstalker issue, where people glazing it don't understand that these are things that you can just do that are not part of your class. So if that's all your class brings to the table, while also having massive downsides, is it better? No. Why is Rogue better defensively? Because of the level 5 feature, Uncanny Dodge. Uncanny Dodge cuts incoming damage in half. So you take a hit, half. And this division happens at the end of the damage calculation. So, for example, if this Ballus was to stab me, and I take the piercing damage, let's say they hit me for 20 piercing damage, my resistance kicks in, gets reduced to 10. Then my armor's damage reduction gets kicked in, gets reduced to 8. Then Uncanny Dodge kicks in, reduces it to 4. And because Uncanny Dodge is just a straight division and rounds down, it applies to every hit. The most damage reduction you will get from Abjuration is 20. But Uncanny Dodge can cut anything in half. Anything. So, you know, Answer's Stormheart Nova, big stupid lightning dragon? A rogue with evasion plus Uncanny Dodge can just stand there with no gear on, no bonuses, nothing, and quarter the damage. Without resistance. They just quarter the damage. So with resistance, they're taking an eighth of the damage, even less if they have damage reduction, because that final division of Uncanny Dodge happens after the damage reduction. So it'd be cut in half from resistance, cut in half from evasion, then damage reduction happens, then Uncanny Dodge divides the damage at the end. So, and myself and others have done this, fellow rogue enjoyers, you can just fully stand in one spot in the answer fight as a rogue, and he just can't do anything to you, because evasion works on the breath weapon. If you save, you take no damage. You can be tanky enough in terms of physical damage that his physical attack doesn't hurt you either. And then the Stormheart Nova, the room-wide, you can reduce the damage of that down to single-digit damage numbers. So you just don't need to move. Thanks for answering, by the way. Of course, Kisame. Be better mathematically to have first and then remove, for example, the fixed -2 from armor. But okay, it's still half of the final damage, not bad. Well, that's the thing, Lele Zero. You are already having it at the beginning with other things. There are things that have damage at the beginning, but typically those things are mutually exclusive with resistance. So, for example, the Paladin's Aura of Warding. It will give you spell resistance, but that spell resistance does not stack with regular elemental resistance to that spell type. So what happens is, because it goes in the same spot, you only get one. If Aura of Warding worked like Uncanny Dodge, you would actually be able to get it and resistance on the same hit. But you can't. Uncanny Dodge applies in the most favorable position it could, because you can combine that with damage reduction and with sources of resistance. Now, you can go even further against certain types of damage. Against projectiles, you can also be using deflect missiles. Whether you took a monk dip or you were using the gloves that do that, you could even stack that on top of protection from missiles. Basically, a rogue can make it so no bow users in the game are capable of damaging them. They simply don't do enough. You're dividing it too many times. This is like some Gojo Infinity shit. Just the division down to where it's like, alright. Sorry for opening that can of worms. No, we love nerding out talking about shit. So Rogue Abjuration Wizard be the tankiest shit in the game? Correct, Darrow. Hey Hootie, how are you? I bet there's a mod that lets you be Gojo. Pretty sure there is. Yeah. Rogue is arguably less upkeep than Abjuration. Not arguably. It is less upkeep. But you can do both and get the full benefit of both. You're not supposed to be able to get your Arcane Ward beyond certain numbers, but you can. It's fully possible to have max power Arcane Ward and Uncanny Dodge on the same character, being the true tankiest. Trying out Frozen Sorcery modded subclass can create 5 patches of ice as my bonus action on my muted prone, difficult terrain walking around. This is normal, right? 5 patches of ice on your bonus action? I mean, that's like technically doable in vanilla, but with heavy gear investment. It sounds cool, at least. Where does Warding Bond stand in that priority list of having? It's resistance, standard resistance, so it's at the beginning. It's mutually exclusive with other forms of resistance, because all it gives you is the same stuff as like these. It's just that, nothing special. Are those cultists moving? Because I have Shriek from Fowler Alluve on right now. And NPCs will move out of the way when you are walking up to them while you have that on. So I turned that on and went invisible, so the dialogue wouldn't start or anything, and I get to move them on. Their AI does not move back. So if you want to group up these guys before you do the fight, you can Shriek, pop an Invis pot, and then walk them around. Spirit Guardians also causes enemies to move like that, but the problem is you can't be invisible with Spirit Guardians on. They try to escape the Shriek aura? Yes.
You are well studied in Lady Oran's ways, I see.
That took the edge off.
I'm going to use the universal res here.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Oh no, Halson died. I'm so sad. Not the nature himbo. Correct, he's not alive anymore. Why not have a Scorching Ray scroll? Magic Missile. Slacking on my consumables, man. Alright, we'll be toxic then. Unstoppable. Forgot to do this. Alright. One turn Ord.
Another god is chosen.
It's a shame we couldn't have saved Halson. There's nothing we could have done. Random question. Cause Zoran to turn to Slayer mode versus staying as her normal self. If you do not have the Slayer, she does. If you have it, she does not, unless you pick certain dialogue options. She always changes if you're not Dirge. During her first turn, she will always change, yes. What's a new one run gonna be? Assuming you brain like the next hour. I don't know. I still gotta decide. I'm between a couple ideas. Something that I picked up watching you yesterday, I guess this was technically today for me, Mark, was, I didn't know Radiance of the Dawn doesn't break Invis. I knew it didn't break Concealment, I didn't know it doesn't break Invis. So you could just be invisible and click your channel Divinity as a Light Cleric and just AoE nuke. And that's really funny to me, and I maybe want to do something with that. But other things I was thinking about, casting while raging as a wild magic barbarian, and then there's the druid project that I was working on that I was making some spreadsheets for. Those are the options right now, I think. And I have a notepad. There might have been one more thing. No, it was that. Sure, it wasn't the cloak reactivating. Maybe I need to re-look at that. Maybe the cloak reactivated from that, but I know it doesn't break hiding. Or rather, it doesn't break hiding if it doesn't hit anyone, is the behavior I observed once. The way it looked on your stream is you just used it, didn't kill anyone, and didn't break your invis. So, maybe you need to verify. I tried Divination multi-progging dice. I haven't tried that yet. Crimson Mischief is awesome, by the way. This is somehow underrated. Like, if you're doing a dual wield build in either hand, this is one of the best things you could be using. People somehow downplay that and Orin's Clothes. Orin's Clothes being one of the most impactful damage increasing items in the game. Like, this is my best in slot damage pick for this build. Just the question is whether or not I'm going to use it. Gonna try that one eventually. Having a bunch of port and die could really help with low fixed DC items like Staff of the Ram. This sounds like a non-Eldritch Knight problem. But jokes aside, yeah. Alright, what am I fighting next? I could go beat the game very shortly. But surely there's more stuff I should be doing. I'm still attuned to fire, so we could do Big Bussy Murder Tribunal. What was the Devil Foil Mask idea you had before? Putting summons, enough summons with Devil Foil Masks to get as much strength as you want. Like, you can use Devil Foil Masks to get your strength up to 30 and your casting stats down to 0. And you won't die. This is a way of getting your casting stats down that doesn't atrophy you. But yeah, you can just have 30 strength and 0 in these, provided you have enough summons nearby to equip them. Did you do Wrath when I missed it? No. Trigger the bank alarm and then go for lunch. Gross. Why is Formless Slaughter so good? Because Formless Slaughter applies to each instance of damage. Great way to visualize this. Cast Magic Missile with this on, that's 1 damage on each missile. That's a lot of damage. But there's a lot of builds where you are using the same principle of more hits, more better to do more damage. So, for example, if I was going all in on my hit count here, I'd put on Crater Flush Gloves, because this is its own instance of damage, and I'd shoot an arrow of fire into a crowd here, with Oil of Combustion on my bow. What's going to happen is, let's imagine that I crit, and everyone gets crit. Spike growth doesn't scale. Also late game spike growth. Yeah, this shit. I shoot this, I crit, everyone here gets crit. Everyone here is going to take... The initial target is going to take 3 instances of damage, and everyone else is going to take 2. And then Oil of Combustion explosions are going to hit everyone, and they're going to take another 1 each from that. So that'd be 1 damage on each of those, matching the damage type. So if I have vulnerability on any of those targets, that 1 damage is going to go into the part that gets doubled up. So it can very quickly scale to be a lot of damage. Also, it's +1 accuracy, and that's pretty good too. Hey Chutok, how are you? We do have Raphael we can do. Is there anything I want to do while I still have, oh yeah, I was gonna do Murder Tribunal. Yeah, let's go do that. Alien Fusion. Doing good, thanks. I'm having fun with Hunter, Ranger, Assassin, Rogue, Solo. Fun. Oh, we can do Ethel too. We got the Githyanki. Okay, we got options. More stuff than I remembered. Bother with Callous Glow here? I don't have DR, so I don't actually want that on me right now. Do it anyway. Question about Bestow Curse. Does the additional damage version work like Hex with damage sources? I don't actually know the question of that, Benji. That's a very good question. I don't have enough experience using that version of Bestow Curse. Thank you for testing, but I have no idea. I'd be curious to know the answer, though.
I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul whims. Go for.
Can also use Bloodthirst to apply Piercing Bone on demand with a weapon attack. Does more for me overall.
Don't want to draw any attention. Carefully now.
I forgot to grab Resonance Stone. It's been in the bank for a while. That's okay. Careful, Sarok's gonna get haste. Oh no, what am I gonna do? If only I could just throw him on the fucking ground. and scuttle away. Oh no, the Death Knights are in. What am I gonna do? You can't buy me ballast, man. Oh fuck, I forgot he got haste. Oh no.
What's inside?
Didn't even get any crits. Scammed. Piercing shot's so good. Nerfed, by the way. You remember when they nerfed this and people were like, man, Arcane Archer is shit now. Now, they were saying that because they were adamant Arcane Archer would be shit before we ever got hands on it, and they'd made up their minds. But, I wasn't even using a good bow for that. And it still put in the work. Tested Bestow Curse, yeah, rides on DRS, doubles and crits, 1d8 slightly better than Hex, Wisdom saves me a downside. Still pretty good info, Benji. Thank you for confirming that. Yeah, better Hex at the cost of saving throw and its main action rather than bonus action, correct? Plus they probably stack. Ooh, that's fun for full party, yeah. Main action. Still very good. I suppose late game where you could be running around with Resonance Stone and like spell save DC items. The downsides don't exist. I like it. Do Hexblade's Curse on bonus action same turn, stuff like that, yeah. Learning so many things today, by the way. I appreciate you guys. So Shield of the Undevout is pretty cool with Bow of the Banshee. I'm just gonna Resonant Stone, but like, those things are neat together. Blackguard's Greaves are good in runs where you can't get Boots of Persistence. I did grab Blightbringer, right? Blowing my casual D&D mind. Welcome in, Keela. A good thing to keep in mind about this game is that while it's based off of 2014 5e rule set, it is different. It's a video game, first and foremost. And that means there's a bunch of different shit happening. So, a lot of people come in assuming that their tabletop knowledge is going to help them. I've found that for more people, it's a hindrance than a help. Because, yeah, like Adric said, imagine explaining that to your DM. It's like, okay, because of the way this damage bonus applies, I actually get to apply some of my other damage bonuses, but only these ones. Here's a list. To that again. Like, no. No. I go lightning mode? I haven't gone lightning mode yet. Yeah, I'll probably do lightning for, House of Hope. Were they surprised, Dia? I'm gonna drink an Invis pot and then walk 3.1 meters to my right and wait for combat to end. Specifically 3.1. What was the other thing I was considering fighting? I already forgot. I use Valor, Eluve, and Invisibility so the enemies don't feel comfortable about their location anymore. Alright, so I'm gonna summon a Dryad, then a Woodwood, then I'm gonna steal their weapon. Like, this game is batshit, and I love it. Turn buffering would be so funny to explain. Okay, I cast a spell, then immediately unturn before you take away my spell slot. Region traveling. It's like, okay, so we crossed the border to this other territory, so everything I have that's on a short or long rest cooldown comes back. Very encumbered carrying yet another bow around. I don't need my money. Never made use of slicing short sword. That's okay. I want to do Blightbringer stuff. Because I think that'd be neat. Probably not gonna sled board or get Shield of Faith. I think some mechanics are different from D&D for ease, like Shadowblade being concentration in D&D, persist to long rest in BG3. So that's not like an ease thing, they just changed how it works in patch 8. Up through patch 7, there was only one way to access Shadowblade, and it was the ring, and it required you keep the ring equipped and stay concentrating. They just buffed it when they expanded its access here in patch 8. I don't think that quite fits the bill. But there's other things, like bonus action potions. I'm pretty sure that's a variant rule that's not, like, standard issue. It's different. It's fair just to play rendered in patch 8. It's good to know that. Yeah, the Shadowblade thing is annoying, especially to us Flameblade enjoyers, because Shadowblade got an insane glow-up that it didn't need because it was already better than Flameblade, and then they just did absolutely nothing to Flameblade. Can you get Nightsinger's favor more than once? Yes, you can. As many times as you want. Bonus action potions is a very, very common house rule, though sometimes it's healing potions only. Got cancelled, but I was doing a tabletop run with a cigarette of smoking that could flick for 1d4 fire damage. That's awesome. That's aura. Doing damage with style. Like, smoking sucks. It smells like shit. It kills you. I'm glad I quit. But it looks so fucking cool. So, like, the aura of a character just being like...
Let's rehearse this one more time. Pretend I'm a fist, and tell me what you were doing in the house.
Well, you're...
Congrats on coding. It was years ago. Like, I had it easy in that regard. It was never really difficult for me to shake it, but one day I decided I was done with it, and I'm glad I did. But point is, characters in fiction that smoke cigarettes just objectively look cooler than characters that don't. So if your character can just flex on people like that with a bonus action, that's pretty legit. Like, what I'm doing right now, a DM would be like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm just region traveling to refresh cooldowns on things temporarily to stick their conditions on. Like... Painful striking, maybe? No, we're doing the Jith first, so I can go with that still. Nobody would match Aragorn's aura smoking his pipe. I cringe when I see someone smoking IRL. Immediate sign they're stupid. Not always, but I get your meaning. Congrats on quits. Fiction's different though. In fiction, characters that smoke are just different. Aragorn and Gandalf got that pipe aura. Pause. How many anime characters are just given the most generic design and a cigarette and immediately just they're on a different level? Spike? Spike was the first one I thought of, Jester, yeah. Trying to pick between Assassin and Swashbuckler for Act 1 with Deathstalker Mantle. Don't know if I should be considering one more than the other. So,
How much further can I go?
Assassin is the weakest of the rogue subclasses. Does not mean it's bad, but it means it provides the least value in the most situations. Reason being, auto crits against surprise targets is cool, but what happens when the target can't be surprised? And also, what happens when you are any other flavor of rogue and you just have the know-how to line up your own auto crits anyway? Or you luck into a natural crit. Or you just have a high crit rate and get one that way. Like, you can crit as the other rogues. So if you're critting on any of the other rogues, if you have advantage already through some other means, then like Assassin's providing you actually nothing except for the action refresh. But if you know how to open your combats in a way where your actions are still available, Assassin doesn't have that going for it either. So it's very easy to overcome the threshold of what Assassin's providing to you, whereas Swashbuckler, Thief, and Arcane Trickster all provide unique things of value. So I would definitely advise going towards the things that provide more unique value. You know, who's too good at booby smoking? Matthew McConaughey. Like, who taught him that finesse? Yeah, he does have that style with it, I must say. Do I have a Circle of Death? I love clicking Circle of Death here because it just hits the room. Because I don't.
The wine cellar. There's a hidden door that leads further in.
Alright, I was supposed to do Horny Arrows this run.
Somewhere among the wine racks.
Hireling Dominate Beast should mean we can just bring Horny into this map, right? Because the creature's attached to you, not the hireling. Just you need to rehire the hireling to get the creature to be there.
This calls for careful footwork.
Get Yankee. Blacketh has found us. Get rid of them, quickly.
Sounds good. Currently running with Dwargar for the Invis, no Swashbuckler can sneak attack without advantage. Want to ask just in case. Yeah, Swashbuckler is also going to be far better for your combat openers. Uniquely, Swashbuckler sneak attack, you can react with it to itself. So, absolutely massive fuck you, I win out of combat damage from Swashbuckler. Did I want cold or did I want something else? I wanted to go lightning. Because I have 51 lightning arrows. Let's go Rescuing here. I have 6 arcane shots, that'll be enough. Let's peg for fear immunity. This will also impose disadvantage on her Wrathful Smite, because it's an effect that imposes fear. So, not just the saving throw, but her attack roll will be rolled at disadvantage. Need to get new Invis pots soon. Is Rhapsody the single most disgustingly broken item in the game? It's up there, but no. I would say no. Actually, I'd rather you go up. Saved, good for you. How much water do I have? Not enough, but I'll do this anyway. We're back on Bloodlust yet? What elixir am I even on? Oh, nothing currently. Stupid damage. No save. You saved. Rude. Hey, finally. Okay, you got crit. Blightbringer slowed, and now you're paralyzed. So now watch this. I'm gonna come over here. Now you're both slowed. Having the best time, aren't they? Yeah, I think so. Recipe for shit on bed soup. Never use the loot from this place. Is it any good? I sometimes use the heavy armor against Aura. It's fear immunity and compatible with Ham. The sword is pretty good. It's a stat stick. But also as far as slashing weapons go, it's like not bad. The gloves are terrible. Don't ever use the gloves. It's just a much harder to achieve Bless that does not stack with Bless. Because I still have my concentration. Let's go fight some undead. Depending on Ballast Armor, Resonant Stone Wet, Armored Wet at least a small opportunity cost, all of them are stupid in my opinion. There are extremely easy ways to apply Vol. And because of their ease of use, that's why they're so popular. Other damage types do have Vol access. Like, you can use Brittle to apply Thunder and Bludgeoning Vol, and that makes certain damage options even better than the ones you might be familiar with in the lightning, cold, piercing, psychic category. You can use Frozen to apply Force Vuln. You can use Arsonist Oil to apply Fire Vuln. But there's extra steps involved in each of those things. Slashing Vuln, for example, is really hard to apply, along with Necrotic Vuln, Radiant Vuln, Acid Vuln. Those are a lot harder to apply. It's doable. You have Perilous Stakes, you have Contagion, you have certain other edge case things. But the ease of access, to your point, Lieber Tiger, does make those things feel a bit fucked up. Like, I feel more comfortable using Bloodthirst for Piercing Vuln than Ballast Armor because it's like an active engagement by me, and I have to choose which target. Ballast armor feels a little bit silly, but if you want like a defensive option, then that is the, I don't want to say balancing factor of ballast armor because it's objectively just too much, but it does have downsides rooted in opportunity cost. Resonance Stone's downsides don't matter often, though you can be caught out if you don't know where it's best to leave it at home. Like, I left it at home for a couple fights today. I didn't bring it into the bank just to decrease my chances of getting stunned. Not that I would have been in trouble if I got stunned there, but just to help. I sometimes don't bring it to, like, spectators, depending on what I have available. Depending on what I've done to set up the Viconia fight, I don't bring it there because she has a big psychic damage attack. I sometimes don't bring it when I'm fighting Bay Knights because they have mental stuff and big psychic damage. So, like, there's at least downsides to carrying that. And then there's also, rather infamously, there's dialogues where people stumble into them with the Resonance Stone with them or the Risky Ring on, and then it's just like, okay, I guess I have disadvantage. Wet is an interesting middle ground between... I wouldn't entirely put it in the category with Ballast Armor and Resonance Stone because it's not a passive thing you're applying by just walking up. You do have to actively apply it somehow. So I do find it interesting how a lot of the player base is willing to engage with Wet for lightning and cold stuff, but they're not willing to engage with the active gameplay loops for the other ones. And I can only surmise it's because they don't know you can do it with the other damage types. Like Cold Snap, the stagger in Act 3 that I was using for a while. Where is it? Somewhere in my inventory. Here it is. This applies Cold Vuln just whenever anyone misses you. It's the same level of active engagement as applying Cold Vuln through Wet, except often simplified. Because I don't need a water bottle, I don't need a spell slot, I don't need to make a steam cloud or anything, I just make them miss me. So... And I don't feel that this is, like, too much, personally. Because there's some level of activity. So I'm not really against, like, throwing a water bottle or anything, because you do have to do something for that, using Create Water. And then there's ways to fine-tune that. Doing extended spell meta magic on Create Water gets you massive duration on Wet. But to apply something like Fire Vuln, you have to do, like, multi-layered stuff. You have to... If the target doesn't already have fire resistance, you need to give them fire resistance, then apply the oil, then take away the resistance, and you only have 2 turns for the oil to actually be on and active. And that's more effort than a lot of people are willing to go to. If you're trying to apply Thunder and Bludgeoning Vuln via Brittle, well, you need a Water Elemental, then you need to light someone on fire, then you need to have the Water Elemental use its Breath Weapon on that target. And then that target needs to fail a Constitution save. But then you get Brittle, and Brittle is one of the most fucked up damage enablers. But that's multi-step process, so that is using things that people probably don't know exist. So all of that is to say that I think that application of vulnerability is a huge skill expression in this game, a huge knowledge expression. And while it does feel a little bit silly that some of them, for some of the damage types, are so easy to do, you still have greater heights to reach by applying the more difficult vulnerabilities. Because even if you're talking like peak archery damage, right, where Ballast Armor can make it very easy to double up that part of it, well, if you also want Force Vuln, that's going to require more legwork. Now, you don't need it because peak archery is far above what the game requires. But you can apply that to basically everything with enough game knowledge, including the damage types that do have less relevant vulnerability sources. Does that all make sense?
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
I'll say I'm very glad Cold Snap is Act 3, only it would be fucked up earlier. I wouldn't mind if Cold Snap was earlier, because, again, like, Wet is something that the player base has a pretty firm grasp on. And it's just equivalent to that, but only for one damage type. There's a lot of Act 3 gear that would be fun before Act 3 without utterly trivializing the game. There's some things that would trivialize, like if Peller Sun Blade was in Act 2, be a bit silly. If Blightbringer was available in Act 1 and use it in Grimforge, you know, it'd be fucked up. If the gloves that add radiant damage to punches were in Act 2, that would be competitive. You could argue too strong. But they're not really relevant here in Act 3, so I think even if they'd be too strong, they're better placed in Act 2, in my opinion. Then again, tighter strings in Act 1, yeah. The number of mods you've played that attempt to make the game more difficult that fail to do so, I'm curious to hear what you might do as director of such a mod. Adding more fights with the mechanical depth of Act 3 bosses would be my approach personally, and not limiting those to Act 3. It's like, for example, with Cazador, Raphael, Answer, Ethel, something they all, and to an extent, I suppose, Mystic Carrion, definitely Gortash, to an extent Sarevok, something that Act 3 boss philosophy kind of has almost across the board is that the environment is in the boss's favor. It's not quite lair actions if you're tabletop literate, but it's very much, okay, the deck is stacked against me because this is their house. There's some sort of environmental thing. Hey, Tate. Like with Ethel, it's the mushrooms. She can't die until you've dealt with the mushrooms, and also she gets a massive bonus to saving throws for each one that's nearby. Gortash has all of his various traps, which are doing different things for him. I mean, he's in a literal fortress, so he's got an army there too. Raphael, you've got the pillars, but then also if you didn't pre-clear the halls, if you try to move out from there, then he's got that, and then he's got the presence of your gear. It's tied to a previous plot line, and stuff like that. There's like layers, whereas some bosses are just, I have good features, and like that's fine, but as soon as you figure out a counter to those features, it's whatever. It is what it is. Like, as threatening as Voss is, ultimately he's just a guy. The same reason why Orin in the duel for Dirge, for example, is one of the easiest bosses in the game, because you have Act 3 player power and she's just one person. So if I were to be like the director of a difficulty mod, it would be additional fights with the design philosophy of, okay, this is going to be a level of complex that you're not just fighting this enemy, you are managing some sort of environmental factor, and maybe give them active mechanics that kind of reflect that philosophy, but shift it onto the creature itself. Because if you're inserting the creature into an area, then you have like limited capacity to affect the immediate area around it. Like, for example, Wargaz reactively spawns his swords. So it's a pressure mechanic. If you do too many things to him, he will spawn a bunch of swords, and then like that's a thing you have to deal with. Nier, if he is able to react, then he will turn on physical damage immunity and a big damage retort. You know, active things that you have to play around rather than this is a big wall of HP that does a lot of damage. Bye. There's an enemy rework mod that I'm trying. It's interesting for, let's say, easy enemies, but then they give alert to each Githyanki. So, like, the Deadlier Honor mode mod, running that in the current co-op with Danny that we do on Fridays, and overall the game's easier, because while, yes, there are certain things applied, enemies have more HP, marginally more HP, they all have a once per combat short distance Misty Step they can use, and there's a couple new encounters as part of the mod. That's all well and good, but like, one, it gives a bunch of rewards that are massively out of line with game balance. It's even, some of it is just stuff that's already in the game, but you're just getting it additional copies or getting them in weird places. Like, you get an extra mithril ore, you get an extra copy of Graceful Cloth and Mighty Cloth, you get an extra hag hair, and you get a flail that gives you the alert feat that stacks with the alert feat. And it's also a D12 damage die flail, and it's a +2. Like, and you get a psychic damage +2 hand crossbow that gives you 1 spell save DC and a bardic inspiration and +1 to all attack rolls. And you just get a bunch of shit. But then on top of that, it's weirdly implemented. Like, some enemies just don't have their legendary actions. Some of them just don't have their full HP. All enemies don't seem to have their full proficiency bonus. Or rather, they don't have the full difficulty bonus to their accuracy. So they're all slightly nerfed across the board. And then like things like giving each creature a once per combat lesser restoration. You think that makes the game easier, but no, what that means is you put a darkness cloud down, and every enemy that's in it will prioritize using lesser restoration to cure the blind that they're immediately going to get when they take 1 step, but they burnt their action to do so. So, there haven't been very many mods that take a stab at difficulty that I think actually do it well. There are some. Absolute Wrath I'm a huge fan of. Highly recommend Absolute Wrath. The Valkrana's Undead Encounters and Skeletal Challenge mods are also very good. I like some of the extra encounters mod, but mostly negative. There's good stuff, it's just when you treat the game like a strategy game, a lot of these mods are mostly just difficulty increases to people who are not playing it like a strategy game, if that makes sense. Who are just kind of saying, fuck it, we ball, going off vibes, not reading, not planning. So, like, the so-called impossible challenge is, for us challenge runners, the impossible to stay awake challenge, because all it means is bad strats get nuked immediately, but good strats get bored for several more minutes to several more hours, depending on the fight. If there's a chasm, you go for that. If you try to atrophy if you can atrophy something, you try to go for that. Otherwise, you avoid unnecessary fights. You prioritize the same high damage options you'd already be using, and you just wait for shit to be over. It's not challenging, it's tedious. But that's if you are playing the game from a strategic angle. Unfortunately, before Act 3, not a lot of mechanical depth for the bosses. Act 1, just players and enemies hitting each other with a stick. There's some here and there, there's bosses that I like. Like, I really like the design of Nier's legendary action, Ethel's legendary action, Wargaz's legendary action. Do you have VOD of the Impossible Challenge? Yep, Data and I co-opt it. It's on my VODs channel. It's incredibly fucking boring. But yeah, Data and I did it in duo. We did it over the course of a weekend, so it was like 3 14-hour streams. Yeah. I really like Merkel's boss design. Over in Act 2. And, like, the Thorms have elements of what I think is cool boss design. Unfortunately, each of them miss the mark in different ways. I think Malice Thorm misses the mark least, in my opinion. But, like, Jerry is solvable to the point where you just, like, you can one-turn her with a shove, and then one good hit, and then one instance of damage. And Thizzabald is thwarted by being placed in a location where the terrain is just overwhelmingly against him. Like, if you just unlock the door he's standing right next to you at the start of the fight and just walk through that doorway, you win. The zombies can get in, but he can't. You win. You're in no danger at all. Just the door literally right next to him, and that's not even the only spot in the room where you can do that. There's 3 doorways that he can't get through. It's just that one's the closest. Found Thizzabald pretty underwhelming even without hiding behind the door. So, like, he does a lot of damage. So if you don't have resistances, people get caught out. I saw someone get caught out. They were playing full party, and 3 of their 4 party members went down when they had the fight under control because they got overconfident. So, like, the makings of a good boss is there with Thizzabald. And, like, him reacting to different damage types that you do, that's cool. There being the cycle of, okay, you invite the thing that does damage so that you can put him into his weakened state and then do your big damage. That's cool. It's just, it's very rudimentary, and, again, the arena is a big issue. For me, at least. But I like Malice Thorm as a fight. A lot of things you have to deal with. And I think Malice is also Larian's favorite of those because they kept buffing him. And even in ways that countered specific strats we were doing. Like, they increased the amount of HP that he reses the sisters at to get them farther out of Call the Weak range. Because they noticed that people were just basically farming backlashes on Malice while just one-shotting the sisters with Call the Weak. Now you need a little more damage to do that since they made that change. They also noticed that people were kiting him very effectively, and they gave Malice a grapple that he can just use on his allies or on you. There's a few enemies where Larian has definitely tuned them to what they have seen people doing. Like, they made some specific changes to Ketheric and Merkel to account for what players were doing. They made some specific changes to Balthazar to account for what players are doing. They did the same thing for Ethel, for Gortash, for Cazador, for the Phase Spider Matriarch. Some of these are honor mode changes, some of these are game-wide changes, but they have fine-tuned certain things to be certain ways reactively. Which says to me that they do have design philosophies for these bosses, it's just some of them are more undercooked than others, you know? Have I played Trials of Tav? I don't know if I answered this, but yes, I've played Trials of Tav.
Gazette has a transcript of a conversation with Archery.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
I'm yapping a lot today. I hope it's been enjoyable. Watching me stand in place and word vomit for 10 minutes at a time. How much crawler makers do I have left? Enough. Where is it? Use the other door. How dare you speak on your own stream? Oh, sorry. region lock, House of Hope doesn't count as its own region, right? Correct, Thamir. Use these headings here to indicate regions. So, like, Worm's Crossing, that's a region. Baldur's Gate, that's a region. What's the biggest offender of an item mechanic being available too early in the game? Love the yapping. Hey, I'm glad. Titan String Bow. Biggest offender, bar none. Well, asterisk. The Relancer's smoke powder bombs, but Titan String.
It's time to fly this.
To be cautious.
Please keep yapping when you yap, we learn. Okay, I'm glad. I kindly add Shapeshifter's Ring Guidance Amulet. 2 instances of 1d4 extra to all checks, so impactful, especially early. The thing with that, Verizon, is like, it requires some know-how to get Shapeshifter's Boon Ring without locking yourself out of future content. So I feel there's some level of investment in that. Guidance Amulet is available super early, and I think I would feel more okay with the Guidance Amulet being there if the Amulet slot was more competitive, and it just isn't. So I'll agree with the Guidance Amulet to a degree. They didn't make strength pots and sticks so easy to get. Would Titan String be better? No. You don't need strength for Titan String to be a problem. The thing is, some damage effects in this game have a floor on them, where no matter what the relevant stat is, you will get something. Titan String, no matter what, you are getting at least +1 damage. At least +1. So what that means is, even if you had 8 strength dump, character creation, this is still your damage leading bow for a majority of situations across the entire game. Because the way that +1 damage applies is to each instance of damage that is part of your attack. So once again, if you did a 2-instance arrow, like Arrows of Ilmater, Arrows of Slaying, any of the AoE arrows, even in single target, Titan String just does more damage than the other bows. Unless you get Makeshift Bow, which requires you going very far out of your way, and then you don't have other competition until like Bow of the Banshee, which is conditional, and then you have Vicious Shortbow and Gaunter Mail in Act 3, but like you don't really have competition for Titan String even out of the gate with no stat investment at all. And to Trade's point, if you're using a strength elixir, you are limiting your damage with Titan String, because that means you are not using elixirs of Bloodlust, you are not using elixirs of the Colossus, which do more for your output. Despite strength pots and stat 6 being perceived as overpowered, they're not, because there is no reason not to, in a conventional run at least, not to simply just have good strength yourself. Because think about it. Again, conventional run territory. Where else are you putting the points? Every run is already having good dex because dex is too good to not take. Sometimes you want Constitution, but some classes can get away with not taking it. Barbarians with 8 con still have as much HP as everybody else does with their Constitution. Paladins and Clerics can just cast Aid. Druids, particularly Spores Druids, can just get a fuck ton of temp HP, and then late in the game they have Hero's Feast, so they don't need that either. Casters typically only care about one of the mental stats. So you just always have the points to have at least decent strength, devaluing the stat stick, even before going into the concept of opportunity cost, which is giving up your elixir slot, or your glove slot, or your weapon slot, or your chest slot. and that means you're losing things. So, no, strength pots aren't in the category of things that you get too soon that are overpowered, because if anything, it's convinced a lot of people to be okay with mediocrity. Strength pots have their uses, but they are not anything more than a situational tool. Some adamantine items are very strong for how easily you can get them. That's true. Adamantine Splint is the best defensive armor in the entire game. I think Adamantine's balanced out by, one, it's behind a boss fight. And for some people, that boss fight is a boss fight. And two, you can only make 2 adamantine items per run, vanilla-wise, anyway. So there's mitigating circumstances there. But, like, think about Titan String. It's just, even if you fuck up getting it in Act 1, a different guy gets it, like, sells it to you in Act 2. And he's one of the few NPCs that you get vendor attitude with for free. You just pass a check and then maxes out. Poo Scraper is way too OP for such an early item. You meme, but non-magical daggers are one of the most desirable weapon categories in the game. Strength increase is simply too convenient not to have. Carry weight, jump distance are so good for quality of life. Can't imagine dumping it anymore. Why is that? Because daggers don't weigh enough to ever steal your XP. If something dies to gravity damage from a thrown object, you don't get the kill. You don't get, like, your Elixir of Bloodlust trigger, you don't get your Deathstalker Mantle trigger or anything. You also don't get the XP for the kill. So you can carry a full inventory of non-magical daggers. They're disposable enough that you don't care to pick up everyone from every fight. And throwing can be made to do very, very good damage, even without class investment. Think about all the gear you have to support in Act 1. Even if you throw out strength pots, you could do Hell Giant Club with Colossus Elixir, you could do Kushigo Gloves or Sparkle Hands, you could do Ring of Flinging, and then Caustic Band. All of that early Act 1, and you could be throwing regular daggers for 30 plus damage a pop. Independent of class features. No risk to your XP ever, you get favorable throwing arcs, and you never get cucked by, like, low ceilings. That happens a lot when you're trying to throw spears or javelins. Titan String has a melee weapon analogs in an Act 3, and the abilities on a short rest cooldown requires passing a performance check. Titan Weapon's non-conditional, available 2 acts earlier. Potent Robe is another floored damage effect that's very good, that applies to multiple instances, but that's an Act 2 item that's conditional upon multiple NPCs surviving. Like, you need Alfira and Lacrissa to survive all the way to that point in the game to get it. And then you need to break them out of Moonrise. Break Lacrissa at the very least.
Just out of view. Path lies before me.
In general, it's an extremely good strategy to save daggers for throwing range, sometimes much better than standard weapons with a nice arc. Yeah, the arc can sometimes mean you are able to make ranged attacks from angles where you can't be attacked back, or angles where you normally wouldn't be able to do anything else. Like, not all ranged attack rolls are equal. Projectile behavior and trajectory matters. So, like, Bone Chill is one of my favorite cantrips for a bunch of reasons, but Bone Chill not having a projectile does mean the line of sight you need to land it is more generous than, let's say, Firebolt. Daggers have a different throwing arc than spears. Or don't ever use the returning pike because it's garbage, but the returning pike. Arcane Charge is another effect like that. Highly applicable bonus that goes on multiple instances. That's conditional and has awkward uptime. And it's in Act 2 and limited to 2 items. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of very good effects that they have strategically gated. Lightning Charges. Very low uptime. If you miss your one opportunity between 3 mutually exclusive items in Act 1, then you can't get it again until 1 item in Act 3, and that's mutually exclusive with every other version. You know, it could be doing 6 different things. And that's speaking on weapons specifically. If you're trying to do lightning charges outside of weapons, yeah, sure, you have the gloves, you have the boots, and those are both great items. But gloves is the most competitive gear slot in the game, and the boots are medium armor, meaning they're not applicable for some builds. They also require a dash, which on a lot of builds is your main action. Old Arcane Charge is really dumb. Yeah, Arcane Charge even caught a nerf, forgot about that. Lightning Charges is such a fun mechanic, yeah. Technically, Lightning Charges also caught a nerf, now that I think about it. What did Arcane Charge do? I always get the description wrong, so trade if you would do the honors, but it was different and much easier to apply. Is the short explanation. Would you pick the Lightning Charge bow for your archer? Some runs, yes. I believe I did this run. I used it for a while. I like it on Arcane Archer a lot. It's pretty nice on Swarm Keeper too. It's also good on builds where you want to open with lightning charges, but you don't want to give up any of the other lightning charge slots. Old Arcane Charge used to scale with proficiency bonus, also went on, I think, all damage, not just spells. There you go. The proficiency bonus scaling is the part that I forgot. There's no redeem, but hydrate. I'll get something after Raphael. How about that?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Lightning charges used to be their own instances of damage. That was the nerf they took. That sounds fucked up, it's because it was. With respect, the for gore comment makes me think you're millennial. I am. Old lightning charges were a crime. That was also back when you could sneak attack on spells. So, lightning charges, sneak attack, eldritch blast. Even before we had any idea what we were doing with attack roll optimization. It's just eldritch blasts casually one-shotting Cazador. On non-crits. This is one of the reasons to go Lightning Draconic Bloodline. I think we'll go the usual Wall of Ice here. Let's go Baneful Striking. Go Wizard's Bane. And I'll do another Universal Res here. Which does make me think about doing Ballast. Sure.
I will not.
Their skulls will make.
If you have any last. No.
Get your gear out of there. Didn't mean to hit myself there, but oh well. Did Raph get stunned? No, that's okay.
Hell has its laws. Hell.
Obligatory Connor theme comment.
But hold your applause. Swerve. For now, down here come the claws.
Painful striking on you. Ice Wall Stonks. Wall of Ice is so fucking good. I've been using it so much lately.
Fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, but it's all been for naught. True souls that couldn't be bought. Doomed, detected, and caught. No more deals, it's over. The final act, you're doomed. No more grace, it's over. This house of hope.
Aerox. Do you know that while slowed, stunned, and prone, Raphael stopped singing? Oh, tell me more. DC 18 Ice. Baneful Striking stonks. That for lightning charges. Lightning infusion. Don't incinerate hope, that'd be rude. Thank you. Medium ouchie.
There are 3 things you need to.
Pillar's just filled with player souls. Fucking love Wall of Ice so much, man. Look at this. It's beautiful. Y'all do still have Baneful Strike, except for you. But... turn off Sharpshooter. Try to stick this. Critical miss.
Doomed, detected, and lost.
Have I done no tap powers runs before? Yes, I've done 2. One was also a no-hit run. The other one was John Normal, the legend himself. Yeah, saved. Unfortunate. Guessing those are YouTube archives? Yep, it's all there. That's incredible. I've never seen that. He targeted the ice with Ray of Fire so that he'd have somewhere safe to stand. That's incredible. Bro is gaming. Sure, I guess you can go that way. Ooh, got the slow on Raph. Nice. The backlash value.
Hell has its laws. Hell. Effect and the cause. Curtain falls, but hold your applause. Squirm. For now down here come the claw.
Stick with this. Okay, finally stuck that. Should be doing this point blank for ballast value, but I'm being lazy. And this gives me more time to bully him, right?
Fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, but it's all been for naught. True souls that couldn't be bought. Doomed, detected, and caught. No more deals, it's over. The final act, you're doomed. No more grace, it's over. This house of hope, you're doomed.
Man, you cannot stick that. Oh, yeah, that's why. Good old Wizard's Bane oil. Just like the idea of him not really being able to move. It's funny to me. Yeah, inevitable resolve. Fire res is gonna wear off. I'll get safe. He did not use that turn wisely. Okay.
The devil was defeated in his own home. Now hope can prevail once more.
Pretty standard, nothing interesting there.
Don't waste a step. Pinch yourself and check we're not.
You are wide awake.
It is not right that she died. She.
For the
And I.
You're welcome in. His life was 66 out of 666, oddly satisfying. Ooh, I didn't notice. That's great. Am I Dragonborn get Halfling luck? So it's not the Halfling feature, it's from the blood potion from Mirage. You can bring any companion or hireling to Mirage in Act 2 and have them give her blood, and you'll get an elixir that gives you, in all cases except half-elf, it gives you a benefit until long rest. Can be used by anybody. So I brought a halfling hireling there. It is not the same feature as halflings rerolling ones.
I have already told you that the Githyanki print that we must not make the same mistake. It is.
Which of these potions your favorite and least favorite? Favorite, Elven Elegance, because it's absolutely fucked up. Look at this. 10 meters of movement speed. 10 meters of movement speed. For reference, Crusher's Ring is one of the best individual items of the game at 3 meters. Like, why is that allowed? Why is that okay?
I get it. You're scared.
I'm telling you, that flaming fist was winking at me.
Well, she nodded at me.
Least favorite is Half-Elf, because it's just a heal. Not even a particularly great one, just a heal.
But hey, of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
It's like the only L that Half-Elf takes in the entire game. I mean, I guess that and Holma's Wrath Access, but we're working on that one. For a moment, I thought someone managed to steal rerolling ones from our Short Queen Overlords. By Overlords, you mean the least desirable race for build crafting in the entire game? Then yeah, like Underlords, I guess? Halflings are the Overlords of being the worst option. They occasionally fight gnomes for that title, but yeah. I should specify non-deep gnomes. Deep gnomes are nowhere close to being as bad as halfling. Let's go back to Bow of the Banshee. It just feels good. It feels right, you know? Maybe with some Icarus corrosion? as a treat. Your plans for your next run already? Have something to pitch for once? I have a couple ideas I'm torn between. If you got a pitch, I'm all ears. Is Raph immune to fear? Nope. Make sure there's not a person standing here. There, of course, is. Bro, you're killing me. Whatever. I'll be patient. Started understanding you're saying worst ever is Halfling, second worst is Gnome, but not the Deep one? Correct. Deep Gnomes are good, because they have Underdark race features. That's superior dark vision. That's a good feature. But Halflings are the worst in the game, and non-Deep Gnomes are right behind them. Lighter recent events without a poison damage run done right show the world how effective it is. You mentioned a lot of super interesting text last time, I was curious. I don't feel like doing that next, but it's something that crossed my mind. I could certainly do it. Noxious Fumes for funnies. Not enough HP. I don't really see Deep Gnome being that much better than the other Gnome. Spirit Dark Vision is good, but Dwergar's right there. Yes, I mean, there's a reason why Gnomes are still, like, down there. If you're going to play an Underdark race, just be a Dwergar. Or a half-drow, I guess. Drow are okay, but least desirable of the elves. Unless you want a hand crossbow proficiency on a non-martial. That's pretty nice, gotta say. They're hot? Yeah. Does it need to have comparative advantage to have advantages, though? Isn't Deep Gnome better with Spirit Dark Vision than not? Yes. Expanding on the Halfling thing, because I'm sure that puzzles a couple people. Halfling is shit because its only good feature is applicable a maximum of 10% of the time. You have bad penalties, that's having negative movement speed, that's being a small-sized creature, so you're very easy to shove around. And then having nothing else, because stealth proficiency is neither unique nor beneficial. Poison resistance is not unique, because dwarves get that too, while having better features. Advantage against fear, that one's situationally useful, but like, get immunity. You have bad features on 100% of the time, and a theoretically helpful feature on a maximum of 10% of the time. Now, that 10% is assuming you're rolling checks with disadvantage. If you are rolling checks with advantage, only 1 in 400 times will it actually save you. Now, it actually works out more favorable than that, credit where it's due. If you're rolling with advantage, it'll roll independently, so it's more favorable than the 1 in 400. But remember, it does nothing on anything other than an instance where you turned a 1 into not a 1. So that is a percentage of the time. You don't want to be rolling ones, you want to plan to be avoiding the ones. And remember, it's mathematically unlikely, but technically possible for a halfling luck rerolled 1 to still be not enough. Maybe not necessarily a 1, but maybe still a number too low to matter. So you are giving up all of the other potential race benefits you could have to have a feature that might help you a maximum of 10% of the time. And you'll never get that 10%. The 10% is the chance of it helping you. The chance of it triggering, I should say.
Shove off. Actually, just leave me to burn.
What feels good on Fire Sorcerer with Scorching Ray? None of those things have anything to do with each other, Skeptical. If you play a Halfling Sorcerer, okay, you have bad movement speed and bad gear proficiencies and no good resistances. Then what? 10% of the ones you roll maybe aren't ones? Okay. And? Those things have nothing to do with each other. Talking about fear immunity, you have advice find more peg scrolls, so they seem to run out. Mark's got you, the amulet from Ethel's Lair, reusable. But if that's not available, then, and you don't have any restrictions on it, have a level 1 or 2 companion refresh vendor inventories until you get peg scrolls from them. I don't know, I just get annoyed with rolling ones. Well, that's the thing. It's a vibes-based pick. Halfling is a vibes-based pick that people who are dissatisfied with saying, this is worse, but I like it, they twist themselves as a knot saying that it's good. Because that's a different statement. Saying, hey, I personally really fucking hate rolling ones, so I want to do everything possible to prevent that, even if I have to take penalties to my character. That's valid. That makes sense. Sure. Like, no one can fault you for that. But there's a lot of people running around saying halflings are the best, when, no. The gameplay and the math both go against that. And your example of Fire Sorcerer with Scorching Ray, they have nothing to do with each other. You know what's better for that exact concept? Playing specifically Astarion, because Astarion has more accuracy than everybody else. So there are more rolls that benefit from having +1 accuracy than rolls that benefit from halfling.
Could close the maid early, but then the bosun would be grumpy.
I should correct, Astarion doesn't have more accuracy than everybody else, he has more accuracy than all non-vampires. You can become a vampire, but only in Act 3. Astarion is always one. Why is that? Because Astarion has the happy feature. When he bites someone, he gets +1 to attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws until long rest. You can do this every day. Now, if you are romancing Astarion and you ascend him, and you have him turn you into a vampire in Act 3, you can start doing that on your character too. But that's obviously late Act 3 stuff that requires you turning into a fucking asshole. Like, anything likable about Astarion dies when you do that. So there's multiple reasons people don't like to do it.
What did you...
You get a buff, and you get to be property. Yeah. Yeah. Curving is a fetish. True. Senator Astarion enjoyers are particularly problematic, though. God damn it, Vonra. I wanted a surprise round, Vonra. What's my game laggy right now? Shard at least gets a cool spear. All of the gear Shard gets from Evil Route End of Act 2 is good. Like, the boots are just kind of fine, but the gloves are good, the chest armor is great, and the spear is one of the most desirable weapons in the game. And plus, you can have her reverse course in Act 3 if you want to. That's unfortunate. Become a squid to avoid being property. Even becoming a god didn't work great. Astarion still had that line. For God Gale. Break up before it. So, like, you can't Fuzzy Gummy Bunny. If you want the vampire buff, you can't break up with him after. We were talking specifically about in the context of getting the vampire thing. Once he turns you, you just can't get away from him. Even literally becoming a god as Gale does not get you away from him.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
You still feed him to Harlep? You know, I don't play full party, so I haven't tried that. Maybe. That would be a cool workaround.
What's that?
I half expect it to be like a Halcyon situation where he'll just show up to ruin your day at the epilogue party anyway, but maybe.
No doubt about it. This is where the head must be.
Can't risk being in open view.
But no, he loves you actually. Like, he's just lying about seeing you beneath him. It's part of some vampire bride ritual. It's totally actually canon. Yeah, just ignore what the narrator says. What the literal use of detect thoughts says. What the insight check says. What he himself says. What he said before he ascended. Just ignore all of those things.
You dare challenge Griff, Captain of the Blushing Mermaid? This is
Auntie's special place.
Bad RNG.
Kill it. Kill it and stuff it. For Auntie. Come on, mateys. Let's slit this lover from head to heel.
Got distracted by the stream and said Mark is flying instead of helping him. Oh no.
I'll shank the bastards, Auntie. I swear.
They both have evasion, so I didn't expect that to work. But I wanted to do it anyway. Good night, Atrix.
Never wanted the easy path.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Just out of view. Right tool will do the trick.
Question, how are you doing more than 4 damage with Noxious Fumes from Icarus Gloves? Hexblade's Curse. Sometimes applicable. But I also have lighting charges on it. Here, let me find a good tick. And Scarlet Remittance from Rhapsody.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Have to keep going.
This is my favorite solution for Act 3 Ethel. Wall of Fire does not break hiding. You cast it. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for taking care of Chaotix. Very much appreciated. So if you just sneak in here, put a Wall of Fire on this one, wait.
If I wanted my growth thing to pet, you might call.
You kind of want Ethel to turn around. Thank you for taking care of stunned in class as well. And do another one over here. And it's 5 for and little cream squirt. Thank you very, very much. Whoever you are. Really appreciate it. And one more here.
No, not my mushrooms.
Alright, good fight. Just realized Ethel has a whole ass spine hanging off her back. Yeah, is that not how yours looks? Women are confusing, I don't know. Let's assume you have an 80% chance to hit Scorching Ray with a Happy buff. That's 85%. Astarion still misses on a 1. Halfling rerolls 1s, can try to hit again with 80% accuracy, almost +5 from Happy. It also rerolls saving throws. Why is Astarion better for Sorcerer, not counting his 1d10 necrotic late in Act 3? Good question. Alright, couple things. One, you're approaching saving throws from the perspective that you are ever trying to succeed them rather than being immune to them. In deep challenge running, that's not how we play. For example, Mark the Power Hour right there in chat near you is currently doing a Radiant only run, and one of the consequences of Radiant damage only is things like critical hit immunity are unavailable. Certain high-end defensive pieces of gear are unavailable. Something he's doing, because he's using Moonbeam a lot, is using Boots of Striding. He never has to worry about damage breaking his concentration because he cannot lose it from... He never has to worry about going prone, rather, unless damage breaks his concentration. But he can't lose his concentration because of Dragon Form. So that means he is immune to prone effectively always, as long as he watches his Moonbeam duration timer. So there's no saving throws involved with maintaining his concentration or working against prone. You apply that logic, that way of thinking, to everything that is a saving throw in the entire game. You never ever plan to succeed. You plan to be immune. So, Halfling covering, once again, only the extreme, only a 1, doesn't matter. Because by the time you get to any saving throws that you actually intend to save against, rather than immuning, a cool thing with saving throws, at least most kinds of saving throws in this game, is even if you roll a 1, as long as you have enough bonuses, you still pass. So the saving throw I have in mind for that example in particular is Stunning Gaze from Ballists. This is only DC 16, DC 16 Wisdom save. Even with low Wisdom, it is more than possible to get enough Wisdom saving throw bonuses that you succeed on a 1. So Halfling doesn't do anything there. So think about the first 80% of the game, you are playing in a way where you have immunity to everything that matters saving throw-wise. And then the last 20%, you have so many bonuses on every build that a 1 doesn't matter. In terms of accuracy, I talk about this in terms of eliminating risk as being better, is better than mitigating risk, right? In terms of accuracy, you don't plan for 1s. Remember, if you are attacking with advantage, your ability to roll a 1 is extremely, extremely niche, and you don't plan for the 1s, you plan on increasing your 19 other dice rolls. So if you can make it so 1s are the only circumstances under which you can miss, but you have enough bonuses that even on a 2 you're still hitting, that's consistency. That is more consistency than, and I know we're getting into the weeds on really specific theoretical math, that is more consistency in a practical build crafting scenario than creating a situation where your 1s are less likely to happen, but still possible, and still miss. You just accept the 1s, and you make everything else better. Because, remember, the cost of Halfling luck is that you are not getting all other bonuses. It's not just happy that Astarion has over a Halfling. Astarion also gets a cantrip of his choice, which is huge. This could be Minor Illusion, Booming Blade, Blade Ward, which are all things that you don't need a particular casting stat to benefit from, so the fact they scale off of intelligence due to being high elf doesn't matter. You can just grab that. You don't have a movement speed penalty on Astarion, and movement speed is one of the most valuable things for your character. Like, I have 22 meters of movement speed. If I end up in a situation where I'm like, I don't like my chances against whatever could happen on the next turn, I can simply be in a different area code. Halflings are much more limited in their ability to do that because they just always have a penalty. They simply always have less. Astarion's also immune to magical sleep. Halflings are not. Astarion also has dark vision. Halflings don't. So when you look at all of these things in totality, while yes, there are situations where Halfling luck in theory could ensure a hit that no one else would be able to ensure, given a particular set of dice rolls, it is such an edge case, and it's also at the cost of having penalties in other areas 100% of the time. I'm missing a conversation here. What about Astarion being an obvious vampire? No, like, you literally have a dialogue option where your character could be like, yeah, obviously. Like, when he tells you. You can even get to a point where he has not yet told you, but other NPCs are talking about it. Like, if you recruit Astarion, but then you just don't talk to him at all in any capacity, and you don't rest enough for him to, like, bite you at camp, then you can go to Araj, and she'll be like, hey, I think you're traveling with a vampire. Can you bring him here? And you can be like, oh, yeah, sure. Referring to the we even saw Boros snacked on. Can't believe I didn't see it in the like. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's one of those things where accounting for different player choices and possibilities kind of creates these unbelievable situations. Like, Shadowheart is the most obvious Sharon ever. And while there is a line when you try to enter the Shadowfell with her with you, where you could be like, wait, Lady Shar? You worship her? There's also dialogue as part of her Act 2 quest that populates where she starts talking about, like, Lady Shar even before the reveal. So, like, if you complete Halsin's quest, she'll be like, these lands won't be under the control of Lady Shar for much longer. A necessary sacrifice. It's like, and you don't have the opportunity to call her out on it. So, as much as Larian did account for a lot of different scenarios, sometimes the dialogue shits the bed because number of possibilities, right? So, with Astarion being the most obvious vampire ever, yeah, you can have routes where characters somehow fail to notice. Wearing a MAGA hat. How do you know I was a fascist? No, you're the fascist for wanting universal health care. We're gonna make Baldur's Gate great again. Fucking throw up in my mouth. Trying to think of fights I could take right now. Now you're talking like Gord. You have to suspend disbelief a little bit sometimes for narrative purposes, but I don't think anyone who designed it's like, oh hell yeah, we're doing such a good job at hiding this. I mean, it's so obvious. Remember, in character creation, you can click on Astarion and hear a blurb. You hear his entire backstory. So I don't think we as players are ever expected to operate not knowing his deal. I love my freedom, but I would never, ever, 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 ever defend it. I would just attack yours. I also really didn't tweak the Act 3 banter triggers properly when they added it back in. I mean, even in Act 2 it starts to fall apart, but yeah, you're right, Chaotix. It's a prize for your character, not for you. Right. Shar's character sheet always tells you that her deity is Shar. Yeah, and like her armor has the symbol of Shar. Yeah. Like the actual reveals we get are with Gale and Will. But with the Will thing, it just kind of doesn't mean anything to you if you haven't played a very specific pair of tabletop modules or know of them. And then with the Gale thing, it's just like, oh, okay. I just look at it like her being truly the worst Sharon. That is part of her storyline. They had to spam brainwashing shit on her for 40 years to get her to even be a passable Sharon. Gale be like, so I know it hasn't come up, but I need to tell you something. Turns out I'm a fucking nerd. Haha. When you're talking about willful ignorance on halflings, I was thinking we do have a lot of people whose deal seem to be fervent disbelief in reality. Yeah. Comfort over logic.
Something's on my mind.
Those charms all sound a bit out of my price range.
I like the idea of a character not believing Gale to Mr. Shows. I was like, yeah, sure, you dated a goddess. Sure, buddy. Well, I like the idea of sending that even further. Make it like, oh yeah, sure, you're Elminster. Yeah, uh-huh. Okay. Just don't believe Gale the entire playthrough. You get to Act 3 and it's like, oh yeah, sure, man. You went and talked to Mistra. Yeah, okay.
Oh, forgive the mess. If you'd come inside, yeah.
Bro, think Ebola.
That might be worth a look.
God, what a mess. And now that you're here.
Explosive.
I am explosive.
This is incredible.
Is talking to Mistra a euphemism for something?
All it needs is a spot.
New idea, skeptic run, where you disbelieve everything that's said to you. That's a funny idea. I like that. Like, you trust nobody for any reason.
Ah, my friend, certainly.
Use another wall of ice. I deserve a treat.
Until next
Return to the Frog's Gay, hopefully. Skeptic run was me my first time. Like, is this purple wizard the main villain? Oh, poor Gale. Honestly, me and that would be the skeptic, like, maybe existing in that world to make it easier to believe. Be like, y'all sure do get a lot of attention from the gods and bored people. It sounds like you've just got a complex.
I promise.
Yeah, the idea of someone who just doesn't believe in anything that's happening. Like, in a setting where, like, there's actual, just, like, evidence and day-to-day interference from deities and, you know, beings of mythical power and whatnot. Just imagine being some guy doing your 9 to 5, and it's like, I don't have time to think about all that, man. Sure, whatever. Yeah, you're the chosen of Mistra. Alright, I gotta clock in. Are they supposed... Are they not supposed to interfere with us? Very good point. Close enough. Welcome back, John Normal. Hell yeah. I missed him. That's my goat. Trust me, I'm the chosen of a goddess. She just goes to another school. half the companions. I will ascend. Arlac, just dancing. Do the main quest line of their lunch break. It did hex that. There's a ridiculous miniseries from the 90s with a similar premise. Janitor gets transported to a fairy tale land with his adult daughter. It's so fed up with everything. The 10th Kingdom. That sounds hilarious. Next character is just the embodiment of I just work here. Is there a mod to add, like, polo shirts and khakis? Half the Critical Role Campaign 3 characters had multiple encounters and proof and didn't believe in God till the last phase of the campaign. I think this is canon and all, but Elminster's presence being as superficial as it is, it's not terribly superficial, speaks to how much mythic and deific and malefic powers are interfering with things. Well, yeah, I mean, the storyline centers around the Dead Three and Shar having no chill. Like, that's the plot of Baldur's Gate 3. But then you have the B plot of, alright, Mishra is involved through Gale. You have, you know, because of the Githyanki, Vlaakith is involved, and she's not a god, but she's trying to be one, so relevant enough. Seluna's involved through Shar. You can piss off Umberlee for no reason in a completely optional area. You can piss off Umberlee to the point where she talks shit to you.
You spot a curious
I got turned around. Sorry, man.
Out of sight, out of mind.
with haste.
What I mean is that if Shar was being less chill, Elminster would have personally just dealt with it, as he has several times before. So you're pointing out the, that there's a threshold above which the powers that be would crack down, and that the game's events do not meet that requirement? Yeah.
Leave its master. A blue. Is it done?
How does a Dragonborn look in this? Am I a Scaly? Interesting.
They don't play nice.
Hey, GG. What those scales do. Serious perplexed face after asking that got me.
O'Hara, salty breeze.
This fisherman here behind the temple feel really out of place. I'm surprised that the Umberly folks just let them chill there. A new area? No, this has always been here. It's just nobody really knows about it. I mentioned it in passing, so I figured I'd actually show it off.
Trespassing can be easy.
Me, you wink, with your lungs full of water.
Is it a barbarian run? You chose all barbarian dialogue options? No. So many people miss this one? Yeah, Chris. Good fight.
Dare steal from the very sea that birthed you. Enjoy these breaths. They shall be your last.
Yeah. So, Umberly personally blasts you for 3d6 cold damage, talks shit, and sicks some fish people on you. Mechanical possibility side, the fact that level cap's 12 is important, you're truly heroic characters at the end, you're very noteworthy, you're the kind of people history will tell stories about, also means you're a sufficient solution to problems of this level. Hey, Chi-Chi, thank you for the 3 months in advance. Very kind. Reluctantly clicked on allow shut up. Oh no.
What's hiding here?
Are these Sawagan? So, this is under the Umberly Temple. You go back here and piss off the goddess herself. I think I can put it down there. Yep, it's a little cave over here. There's a lot of just hidden one-off side areas like that here in Act 3. I like your style. It's like, yes, it's a turn-based game, but nobody said that NPCs should get a turn too. Yeah, it's a turn-based game. It's just always my turn. You guys done with this? Just the idea of nobody reacting, and the fact that the corpse is just perfectly positioned still, is really fucking funny to me. Imagine explaining this to your DM. Burial at sea. Can she be cornered? Yes. I want them to fall over in the Family Guy animation, you know? The arm behind the back and stuff.
Wonder what's past this.
Still want that as an offline screen.
Don't want to draw any attention. Breathe deep and
For whatever reason, patch 8 made Chain Lightning an action refresh. So opening a combat with Chain Lightning doesn't cost shit. It's worse than the time I was sent to Faerun with an unlimited tadpole. Incredible. Hi, Peter Griffin here to explain why this channel is offline. You can absorb intellect on a steel boy. You can absorb intellect on anything. And absorb intellect will kill anything that has less than 10 intelligence by itself. You can combine that with ability drained intelligence to kill things that have 10 or more intelligence. Can you rescue all Lagandians in a solo run? Yes, you can. I do almost every run. In fact, you can rescue everyone in the Iron Throne on the first turn in a solo run, and then rescue everyone in the Steelwatch Foundry without ever getting into combat. There's loot I want there.
This calls for careful.
Kinda late here, I have to stay up. I could have fed. I'm not gonna be doing Iron Throne today, I've decided. I think we'll finish up this run tomorrow, so I'm just hanging out for a little bit. If you gotta go to bed, don't let me keep you up. You're not gonna miss Iron Throne, I promise that'll be tomorrow. Thank you, you're welcome, Hatsushiro. When NPCs asked me not to come over here, I just listened to them and didn't, so I've never looted this. Oh yeah, you can get drugs and some nice offensive consumables too. And this guy also has a decent amount of gold. Latest solo run, rescued everyone on the first turn. Let's go, Exile. What spec did you end up running for that? I think when I did it, I was Monk, Druid, Fighter, multi-class for Step of the Wind, Action Surge, Symbiotic Entity. My Terrazul allergy usually means I skip that. Yeah, you could do a no Terrazul, it's just a hell of a lot harder, and then, like, the RNG of Omelum and Raven Guard's initiative is kind of decides whether or not you can recover from that. If Omelum isn't able to act concurrently with you on the first turn, then getting a turn 1 without Terrazul is, like, really fucking hard. Hi, Jake. I was talking about the drug encounter, not Iron Throne. Oh, yeah, I misunderstood. Oh, we have Schrodinger's Janet's estate. I don't know why this happens sometimes. So, this place isn't supposed to be haunted if Oscar died. But you can see the people walking around as normal. These are their circles. But it's haunted. The better way to feed Omelum a Vigilance Elixir in Act 1... I wonder if he might drink one if you get him into combat. But I'm unsure. Another idea I have is that Polymorph Dominate Beast shit that I've been trying to apply to everything. That is probably a way. If you can Polymorph
I believe there's a Kevin near
Omelum and then have a Hireling Dominate Beast on him. You dismiss the Hireling to the feud plane, rehire them. You have Omelum as, like, a summon under your control indefinitely. I wonder if you can create a scenario where he gets removed from your control and put in his Iron Throne location. If so, then that means you could have him drink a Vigilance while he's under your control. And maybe that would do it. But I haven't tested that. It's a theory. Good cat. Except when he was being really bad this morning, but he was hungry. So I actually wanted to mess around with Okay, with X-Blade did, pretty sure told you that. Oh, yeah, you did, now that I mentioned it. Yeah. You told me about this. Old memory. Is Withers immune to Polymorph? I think so. Fair amount of things are. Withers is, Ketheric is, Orin and Gortash. A few other things. Summon Omelum, plus the Gith Egg to be raised by the Society of Brilliance, because that usually removes Omelum. Yes. Like, anyone who has the Immutable Form passive can't be polymorphed. Answer is another one. Yeah, so this lists Answer, Apostle of Merkle, Flesh, Hellfire Watcher, Ketheric, Milil, Orin. Orin is listed twice. Steel Watchers.
Certainly not the lobster. I haven't seen one in hours.
Yeah.
Very good. Yes, Ferelia keep
But the thing I was considering messing around with, don't reveal me. I don't want to fight these fucking ghosts. These are decent control undead targets, by the way. One strength is, annoying. but 3 immunities. And then a couple decent resistances. Problem is they don't have much HP. They do good damage, though. Thing I wanted to mess around with is... So, this... Nearby creatures will be afflicted with Phantasmal Force. Phantasmal Force is kind of interesting, offensively. So I wonder if, there's a way to, like, take this around to a fight you actually want to use it on. Could you Strength Drain Atrophy them with a Shadow Summon? Probably. They're immune to the necrotic damage part, but I don't think the damage needs to happen. Can you remove Curse on it? Yeah, but, like, that would not be... That would defeat the purpose. The idea is I want to weaponize this curse. So maybe I do fight these. Try. I have a surplus of Undead Slaying arrows, right? Surplus of Fiend Slaying now, too. I barely used any. Like the corpse deals damage over time. You like bag that item. So you can't bag these, and that's kind of the issue.
I'm done.
It also doesn't seem to be affecting me right now. Okay, Lady Janet, I won't touch your haunted candelabra. Sorry. It's immune to being moved, too. I mean, in that way, at least. Isn't the curse growing Kazuro's pals a weapon to pick it up? Yeah, yeah. Same thought process. Weaponizing a curse. Instead of removing the curse, I want to use it to my advantage. Any fun use of her ring? Which one? There's 2 you can get here. You teleport it with Dark Displacement Gloves? Probably. I don't have them on me right now, but probably. Damaging it would be an issue. I suppose I could heal it with Transfuse Health. I guess you could move it safely with Elemental Cleaver, Fire, Flame Blade, or I guess Shadow Blade, and throw that with Dark Displacement. Wouldn't take damage. Is that the old bug or because of Feigned Death shenanigans? I think it's the old bug, because I don't think I had Schrodinger's Janus Estate on the last 2 runs where I did 2.5. Can I throw it around? No, can't throw it, can't improvise weapon. I can drag it. Some Jujutsu Kaisen shit. Unfortunately, it's not doing what I hoped it would. It says nearby creatures would be afflicted with Phantasmal Force. Maybe I have to be in combat. Oh, Connor. Shove like the corpse. It can't be moved by force, but I can, like, drag it. The one in which she breaks up with Oscar? That one's, so... The one that has, like, a cheat death type thing. That's interesting in party play. The traps upstairs have started. You hear them? Why? Weird. Oh, did Lady Janet walk up into them? Doesn't seem to work. No, they stopped now. Very weird. It's not the trap music I'm used to.
Can't wait for this shift to end. Feet are killing me.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Is she crime responding, but failing to see me right now? That's something to hide? There's a ghost behind you. I wonder what bringing Oscar's corpse here and cornering it would do. Would it allow the quest to function? I hate this shit so much. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Wait. It's not actually movable. Can a benign transposition from Conjuration School target items? That I'm not sure about either. I have very little experience with that. It's something that I've wanted to build a run around for a while. But it's just so hard to feel inspired in that area, you know? Good night, Hatsushiro. Telekinesis. We'll see. No, don't telekinetic thrust me. I mean, hang on. You can actually thrust me. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, you can. You too, I guess. Right, she doesn't have a face? I barely have a face. We have something in common, you know? Listen, let me cook. No telekinesis. Just me, they reuse the nurses. Yeah, definitely looks like an asset flip of that, but That's just kind of smart. Asset reuse is smart game design when you do it carefully.
Never wanted the easy path.
No, don't do that. Alright, so Haunting Aura doesn't actually seem to do anything. Disappointing. Although, maybe it just doesn't do anything in this state? Could go either way there. Like this cooking? Hey, I'm glad. Just investigating, lesser known things that could be fun. Hey, Fate Lord, how are you? I mean, I know I go either way. Hell yeah. Is that Raphael? Where? Okay, but for real, maybe Oscar has to live? Maybe, yeah. Like, that's not supposed to be there at all without Oscar. So maybe it's, like, half implemented. I'll have to try on an Oscar's alive save. Doing well. How's the curve shot archer going? It's going well. We have very little content left in the game. I'm just kind of running around doing silly stuff. Planning on finishing the run tomorrow. Stuff we could do right now. We could do Leroican. We could do Mystic Carrion, I guess. But, like, I'm not feeling particularly motivated. We've done all bosses except for Leroic and Mystic Carrion and Gortash. Yeah. Do this. That's a duck-ass shake. It's a lot of it. Sorry? What do you have to be sorry about? No, no, no. You got your own stuff going on. Entertainment, not obligation. Weird thought, it's possible the house is like that because the dialogue with Oscar was initiated for 25 XP. Could be, but I've had this happen without the dialogue too. I almost feel like it's the way you kill him that decides that. Because some runs I kill Oscar, it's like this. Some runs I kill Oscar, it's not like this. For at least like the last 5 runs or so, I've been dialogue attacking him. And this, I don't remember this happening in any of the other ones doing that, but... I missed Orin. No? I mean, you can go back in the VOD. It was a 1-turn Orin kill. We killed her before she got to her turn. Can you remove Curse a Cursed Skull? Probably. I don't feel like walking back right now. Probably, but I think that would defeat the purpose.
How can I help? Huh. I suppose that, at least, I can help with.
I know you can remove Curse on a lot of objects and corpses that have things vaguely of this nature, but it removes the effect. So. Spell of Ice Storm. Nothing I really need to stock up on. Guess more Peg. Another Wall of Ice. You can't have too many Walls of Ice. I used to sell this spell all the time, and now I feel naked without having at least 2. It's so fucking good. Alright. Because there's really not much left, I'm gonna call it here. Only 7 hours. I know. Short as far as Quag streams go. But we'll finish up this run tomorrow. This will also give me another, I don't know, half a day to figure out exactly what I want the next run to be. So we'll finish this run tomorrow, and provided that doesn't somehow take me 6 or 7 hours, start a new one. But thanks everybody for hanging out. I had an excellent time. I yapped a lot today. I appreciate you being here for that. Thank you for the immense amount of support, all the gifted subs and bits and all that. Let's see where we can go. See who's live right now. Jesse Allergy's on, doing trio honor. Devi is on, doing solo dishonor. Gingerbeard one's on, doing solo honor. It looks like Mac is just getting started. Doing duo honor mode. Yeah, let's go over to Mac. Have I tried impossible 1 HP challenge? Is it feasible? I mean, I've done a 1 HP heavily restricted, and I've done the quote-unquote impossible challenge. Yes, 1 HP on the quote-unquote impossible challenge is very feasible because it's just using the same strategies you're already using. Yeah, let's raid Mac. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. If not, that's okay too. Once again, thank you. I know I say it a lot, but it's important to me that I convey that. Quag Gavin's quality content. I'm glad you think so. Shake my head, shake my head. I'll be live tomorrow. Maybe I try to start early. Probably not. Probably not. But hopefully we can get some good quality stream time in on the run will start. I'm between two ideas that I'm very invested in. So we'll see what I decide. Anyway, say hi to Bola Mac. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.
The episodes out because I really like to binge things, and I started it yesterday during the day.